What's good, y'all? Super excited for today's guest. Chance, would you like to introduce yourself quick?
Hey, sure. Thanks for having me on, Theo. My name is Chance Strickland. I am at Chance the Dev on Twitter. I work for, I guess now I work for a company you might have heard of called Shopify, and they recently acquired my previous company, which is Remix Software. Remix, if you're not familiar, is a full stack JavaScript framework for building better websites, and that's the team that I worked on. That's as far as what I actually do there. Before we joined Shopify, we were I think, 7 to 9 people, so pretty much we did everything. When you work for a company that small, everybody does a little bit of everything. Um, but yeah, now I'm doing a little bit of everything with a much larger team. So that's where we are today.
Fantastic stuff. Something that I definitely noticed about you, like early on, and especially now with your new course, which you should have plugged, and I will plug for you. Chance has been working on an awesome set of courses, backend for front end devs. I think the website, I have a chat command to trigger it. I will do that in chat quick. It's front to back.dev. The goal is to help front end developers better understand and build backend applications and think in more full stack ways. And it makes a lot of sense with that mindset, especially like for smaller teams where you have to iterate and but my backend dev is busy isn't really an answer for not shipping. It makes a lot of sense that you would move all the way to Remix and also be educating stuff there. Curious how you got into full stack and what about it is so exciting for you.
Yeah, well, I think I got into it by accident because I've always been a front end developer myself, and I always tell people I'm sort of building this course for myself in the past. I'm building this course for where I wanted to be before I felt really competent on the back end of the stack, and working on a framework that is we call Remix a center stack framework, where it brings sort of everything closer to the center, and you've got front end code and your back end code all in your routes together, and it really sort of teaches you back end technology through writing a full stack app in Remix with technology you already understand for the most part. So in sort of solidifying those patterns to help build Remix got me really interested on the patterns themselves and why they're important and why it's important that front end developers at least have a a basic level of understanding of what's going on the other side of the stack.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I have a similar but different journey where I started actually as a backend dev. I was mostly doing Java stuff for Minecraft servers before getting into Ruby for my first job at Amazon, and then eventually moving to Elixir, funny enough, at Twitch, and was avoiding JavaScript at almost all costs. I had my team folded. My choices were go into Golang or go into React and TypeScript because we were just starting to move Twitch over to React and TypeScript at the time. And I chose wrong. I chose Golang. I hated it. I did it for like a month or two. I figured it all out, but just couldn't enjoy myself. My manager saw how much I was hating things. It was like, hey, I heard that React might get more functional programming in the near future. And I know you hate web dev, but you should give this another shot. And I did. Ended up falling in love, going all in on front end, basically since the 3 weeks before Hooks dropped until now. And funny enough, it was frameworks like Remix and Next and Vercel's platform as a whole that kind of tricked me into becoming a backend dev again. And it's nice seeing how people who didn't necessarily have the backend history can go through that same path and skip a lot of the more annoying esoteric programming language steps that I had along the way.
Yeah, and that makes a ton of sense. I also think it's really interesting because Remix and Next to a certain degree as well, I think really showcase how interconnected the two are. It doesn't really make sense if you think about it for the two sides to be explicitly separate things and separate entities because you have to have a good working understanding of very important backend concepts when it comes to performance and database requests in order to build a solid UI to make your UI fast and pleasurable to use for your users. So having that understanding and being able to speak and communicate in a way to connect those dots is really, really important for building and shipping really great front end tech.
Absolutely agree. I have heard pushback from a lot of people that like, oh, those patterns are great, but once your team's more than 20 people, it won't scale. And I'm curious what your thoughts are on that. Like, how do you see frameworks like Remix and Next scaling to large businesses and like large teams?
Well, one of the really cool things about being acquired by Shopify is that we're going to get to experience that firsthand really fast. So We already have a solid number of folks who have used Remix in the wild who have shipped apps to production. I can't speak right offhand to the scale that those users are operating at, um, but I can tell you that we'll know very quickly what that story looks like with when we start integrating a lot of Shopify's customers. Which is so the plan right now with the acquisition. I know we'll probably talk about all that at some point, but the plan at the moment, because I do think it's important to this question, is that we're going to actually support the hydrogen team, rebuild hydrogen on top of Remix, which I think I'm really excited about. I think it's going to be a very cool opportunity because they're just working with some of the biggest e-commerce brands, uh, period. And so, yeah, we're going to see that scale play out really, really quickly. As far as whether or not the core patterns scale, I'm not exactly sure what patterns would or wouldn't scale. We're essentially just building on fundamental web technologies. So I don't know. I'm pretty confident that what we have is going to work at any scale. And yeah, we can dig into that a little bit further if there's some specific examples of
I
that. But I'm pretty confident in what we've got.
I love the confidence, and honestly, I'm kind of leaning in the same direction. What I've seen, like, I've worked in a lot of big code bases that have like a 40,000 line of code GraphQL schema that is consumed by 5 different applications and then like 4 old TV apps that we're scared to like break. And those architectures I have found scale well in the sense that you can hire more people to solve more problems and eventually something will happen. But I find they scale much worse in the like quality of delivery and agility of delivery, period. So like the way Twitch was built, adding new features quickly is nigh impossible, and fixing issues users run into is even more so, because it's no longer a problem of the technology and the code. It's now much more one of the like architecture of the teams and the bureaucracy. And something I've seen more and more of, and actually funny enough, Facebook's a company that's really good at this, is the like separation of verticals where different teams aren't like the back end team and the front end team. They're almost like mini startups within the company that own their vertical slice of the overall project, which allows them to move quickly in those slices. The problem there was, how big can a slice get? How much stuff can a team reasonably do? And I find that the big win from frameworks like Remix and Next is you've significantly increased the amount one dev can do and own. And yes, that's scary in the sense that if your teams are broken up back end and front end, where Remix fits is confusing and weird, but that's a bad team architecture already. And the benefit of these things is you could re-architect your company around the specific deliveries rather than the like horizontal technologies that you're building on top of.
Yeah, I never thought of it that way, but I think one thing you said just it hits it on the head is that scale is complex largely because of the bureaucracy, right? Like it's rarely the technology. You know, the technology is obviously complex, but yeah, that's what slows you down. I never thought of it that way, but I will put that in our marketing material. So
Love it. I am genuinely really hyped to help out anybody moving in these directions in particular. Like, front end devs should be able to query their databases. I think that there's a whole category of products that exist now because of how hard it was to do in the past. Like the concept of the Jamstack, the existence of Firebase. I think Remix's real competition isn't Next. It's stuff like Firebase and how it makes it much less relevant for developers who just want to add some stuff, like add a backend to their front end.
I don't exactly see it that way because you could totally use Firebase with Remix. We're not stopping you from using any of these technologies. We really hand that power back over to you. But I do think I would say that once you use Remix, you're probably going to be less tempted to use those technologies.
Yes.
You don't necessarily need to reach for Firebase because you can see how easy it is to go and query your database and to set up, a very simple database. Because a lot of the stuff that folks are building with tools like Firebase are relatively simple, and the underlying tools that you would use instead of Firebase seem very scary because we don't understand them. And so this is why I think what I'm doing at Remix is actually ties in really well with what I'm doing for my course, because Remix, I think, in and of itself teaches you a little bit how to be less scared of these things and how to reach in deeper into the stack. And in the end of the day, when you do that, it's really not that bad.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I really love how much more accessible backends are becoming. I've always kind of been annoyed by the like database as a backend as a service by the way we added WebSockets. approach. And I feel like, as you said there, like once the ownership of your backend and the ability to make the backend your front end needs gets cheap enough for a developer, for any developer to reasonably do, that's when you start to see a level of ownership and iteration that isn't possible otherwise. And it's been super cool to see how that has worked. One thing I do want to call out quick is that we have over 200 people watching on YouTube, but only 48 likes on the YouTube upload or live right now. So if you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't hit that like button yet, why? Likes are free. It's right there. Hit it. Sorry, had to.
That's a great YouTuber. It's just something you have to say, right?
Yeah.
Like and subscribe, yada yada.
It seems like it's not going to work. It seems like the stupidest
Totally
thing.
works though.
It actually like I've had videos like before I was doing it, a new video would get me like 100 to 200 new subs. The first video where I said that, 3K subs. Insane.
Wow.
Like 10x's the return.
I'll leave it to you. That's why they all do it, I suppose.
Yeah. So for some reason you're watching live and you haven't subscribed, please do. And also follow
Smash
Chance.
that subscribe button.
You're already ready. See, we were talking earlier about how Chance used to be on YouTube, but you already have it ready, man. You're down.
I don't have my my normal spunk today. I'm a little sick, so if I'm not like bringing the YouTube energy, I'm gonna try really hard. But it's probably gonna sound very fake.
You're already
really try.
You're way above and beyond already. This has been a super fun chat so far. I did want to go more into the hydrogen stuff because that is super exciting. Something that I've been like super pumped about, like a pattern I've been wanting to even like adopt myself. It's also something I wanted to bring up later with Astro, is the idea of like meta frameworks as primitives. I love the idea of primitive design where I, as a lunatic on my own, can go build crazy things. Like I think a lot of why React is so successful is what both components and eventually hooks offered as primitives we could build on top of. Like the power of the hook as a thing we could build a library around or build our own architectures around was such that like everything from like React Query to React 3 Fiber could happen within that ecosystem. And that was really exciting to me. I have not seen that same level of like primitive design with something like Next.js, where they kind of patched in the Express.js handlers so you can throw things in the API directory. But for the most part, you do things Next way or you opt out of Next.
Yes.
Something I really like about Astro and now Remix is how they seem much more interested in providing primitives that I can build on top of. Like the idea of a loader or an action, the idea of like generator functions that like let you import and export with different visibility patterns, like scalable like API design within your framework. I really like the idea of something like Hydrogen being a wrapper for Remix, which is a wrapper for React. I'm curious if you see this trend too and how you feel about meta frameworks as these patterns are being developed.
You're speaking to one of my favorite things about Remix, which is from an architectural standpoint, how we've designed it. And I love API designs. I've worked on open source libraries now for a few years, and like one of my favorite things about working on open source is trying to help folks in using these libraries and like thoughtfully designing these APIs in a way that really meet a broad range of needs. And that's one of the things we really tried to do with Remix. At the end of the day, I like to say that Remix is just a few small tools. It's a request handler and there's a compiler, and that's kind of it, right? Like we compile your front end code and your back end code. We compile your server, given a request handler, given a target where you want to ship your app to. And that's kind of it, really, at the end of the day. We have some magic in our compiler that handles things like loaders and actions. There's a lot more stuff going on under the hood in our React adapter to handle race conditions and loading data and that sort of thing. But really, the tools themselves are pretty simple. And you're right, it provides you a great framework of primitives that you can build anything on top of, because at the end of the day, we have our high level abstractions like the Remix run / serve package, which is essentially just a node server. And then, but you can ship anywhere. You can write your own adapter if you want, and you can ship to whatever runtime you want to, or you can write your own request handler. You can do literally whatever you want with it, because we give you the tools to do that. We expose things at different levels of abstraction. And I think that's really, really powerful. And that's exactly what we're aiming to do with the Hydrogen integration. We're looking to the Hydrogen team to help us figure out what that ultimately looks like. But I think when we do, we're going to have a really solid set of patterns for building those higher level abstractions on top of Remix.
I absolutely love that. I'm trying to remember how to put this. One of the things that I was much less sure of when I first was looking into Remix, like right after the open sourcing happened and the docs were out, was how much I felt like I had to learn to understand what was going on. But when the thing that made me really start to like consider Remix more seriously was when I joined the Discord and I saw the crazy things people were doing with it. Like shout out to Maple and all the crazy stuff they were doing with like
Yeah.
or with both like their own type safety bindings as well as stuff with Electron. I can't remember the name of the person, but somebody built TRPC bindings. And when I looked at the source code for them, I'm like, oh, they're just exporting one loader in one action and it does everything that they need for to build TRPC on top of it. That's actually super cool. And I love the idea of people using good things the worst possible way to find new patterns. Like that's how we got here in the first place. We're all writing JavaScript on servers, and I'm excited to see how we can abuse Remix. So I'd love from your take, what's the weirdest and dumbest use case you've seen for Remix that actually ended up working out that you were surprised by?
Someone built Svelte support into Remix by using a resource route to compile and run Svelte on the fly at runtime. I thought that was really, really cool. Like when we very first built Remix, we had always intended on eventually getting to a place where we were going to be framework agnostic, and that's still very much a goal. We obviously we have a React adapter today, but we can have a Vue adapter tomorrow or Svelte adapter. Really, those are dependent ultimately on the routers. We have a few proof of concepts already out there, which is really cool for all of those frameworks. I'm very excited about that future. But in the early days, before we had any of that, it was just an idea. And as soon as we put it out there in our Discord, somebody took it and ran with it. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Alex Alexander, maybe, who created it. But anyway, it was wild. It was really mad science. Exposed a lot of possibilities for our resource routes. And yeah, we use resource routes for all sorts of things. Resource routes are essentially what Next calls API routes. It's just that they sit alongside any other route in your route folder. There's not like a dedicated space for resource or API routes. They're just normal routes, and you can access routes, the traditional way in a web browser or through any sort of API. So you can design a whole API on top of Remix by just creating routes. And a route at the end of the day can return any response, and that response can look like whatever you want. Remember, we're just giving you the request handlers. That's it.
Yeah.
So you can build whatever you want. That's why it's a great primitive.
Something that I actually, funny enough, I use Astra for this way too often, and I'm looking for other solutions because it's clear this is not something Astra really wants to be doing, is a framework that has a good enough edge deployment story on, specifically for me, Vercel, because I'm really bought in on Vercel, that I can use their equivalent of like the loader in action to create resources and create API routes. I currently am stuck using Next for it, which feels very heavy when I don't even need a front end. And I could see myself using Remix pretty often, even as like the way I quickly define an API that runs on the edge and has maybe one dumb browser or web UI that I can look at just to like dump a bunch of info.
Yeah, that's actually really cool. I'm wondering if we could create a stack for something like that. It'd be like a very minimal stack where it's just, here's what you need to just build an API server, and that's it. It'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, I'm very into this idea. And I think that there's a lot of web applications that don't need something like Nest.js or one of these like more heavy backend frameworks, especially if the team's already like familiar with TypeScript. The ability to easily deploy through something like that is super, super powerful. And I've been benefiting a ton from using both Astro and Next to quickly stub up edge routed or edge deployed APIs. More than anything for the cost savings, like getting your endpoints up on edge. It's Vercel charges 65 cents per million requests. That's like no effort to deploy it and get things set up. Like I feel like I have to do that for everything now, and frameworks that enable me to do that more effectively are super powerful.
Absolutely. Yeah, and thankfully we have a Vercel adapter, so you can pretty easily shift to Vercel.
It's not edge ready yet, though. I've complained about this a bunch.
It's not. You're right.
I don't know how much like controversy there is or was there, but I know a lot of people who would be down to help with that, especially now that like the Vercel build, I forget the name for it, like they open sourced their way of deploying to their servers. It should be a pretty doable task to add edge support to their bindings.
Oh, it totally is. And we've actually, I've got a repo I can send you to where we can make it work. It's just not an official adapter. because they're just shipping on Cloudflare workers, and we
Yeah.
have an adapter for Cloudflare workers. So there's a little bit more config. It's just really that we just don't have a specific adapter for it. But you can totally run it. I'll send you a repo link as soon as I can find it.
No rush at all. It can be after the
But
show
yeah,
even, but I,
totally doable. Now that, since we don't have an official adapter, it's sort of a YOLO kind of thing. As changes to the Edge platform happen, good luck with that kind of thing. But we're really pushing. We can only maintain so many adapters. Even though we've got all these amazing resources now from Shopify, we're still a relatively small team on Remix, and we're focused on building Remix itself. So we're really hoping that a lot of folks in the community run with building and providing these adapters, because it's really actually fairly easy to build on top of them. When I show you the Vercel Edge stuff, it's literally barely a level of abstraction on top of our Cloudflare workers adapter. So it's pretty straightforward.
that's super rad. And I have a feeling with the 1,000 or so people watching right now that somebody around is going to be hyped enough to take that on. I would if I had the time even, but I certainly don't. But the last time I said that, we ended up with Create T3 app. So promising history here.
Well, don't spend too much time on it because someone's already done it. I don't have the link on me, but I will share the link.
Yeah. We can use your code as a source, but like if somebody wants to maintain that, I'm sure that there would be a lot of interest.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Before I forget, just because like I am always curious to ask, have you heard of or played with Create T3 app at all?
I have not. No. I don't get to play with many new toys outside of our domain anymore. It's kind of sad.
Yeah, I definitely noticed that happening when I started Ping, and it's a big part of why I actually started making content. Is I wanted an opportunity to keep up with and keep playing with and engaging with this stuff, especially once like COVID hit and I quit my job at Twitch. I went from having like hundreds of engineers I would talk with every day at the office to just like kind of living on my own and not really having much like people to relate to with this crazy dev world. And yeah, since then things have been so much more. I don't know, it's hard to describe, but like I felt like to an extent I was annoying people at Twitch with how much I wanted to talk about all this crazy new stuff, and now I have this awesome community of people who are just as excited as like we are about it. And
yeah, that's great. I'm a little jealous of that. I do get really into what I'm building and what we're building, but it's very much a little bubble, and I love stepping outside of that. I like still going back to like outside of the JavaScript TypeScript bubble. Like I'm still trying to like keep my eye on stuff, because I used to work a lot in PHP, and I've built several apps with Laravel. And so I'm really still kind of following the progression of that project, even though it's, everyone, it feels like everyone's sort of in their separate camps when it comes to PHP and JavaScript. And I think JavaScript developers still think of PHP from like 10 years ago, and it's like totally not. So I still I still really enjoy following the progression of PHP and Laravel. I think that stuff's really cool.
Yeah, and we've seemed to be learning a lot of lessons from PHP, especially recently. The idea of like having your data loader in the same file as your HTML in quotes is in again, and that relationship. And like I remember the first time in Astro, I just like const users equals await prisma.user.find many, and having that data and immediately being able to return it underneath with like the correct types and everything. And Remix is the closest thing without leaving React's paradigms behind, until server components, which let you actually like in the component await and then return. I think that magic is a thing that PHP had down that we're still trying to get back.
Well, to a degree, people like to say that we move in circles in software, but really it's more like a spiral, right? Like every trip around, we get a little closer to what we're trying to achieve. And yes, we're sort of circling back, but one of the really great things about everything being not only in JavaScript, but everything happening sort of in the same code base is that your front-end code is much more dynamic immediately, because you now have direct access to all of your loading states. You don't have to you don't have to write your own event handlers to wire up the DOM and reaction. Like, right, we're still writing reactive JavaScript. You can't do that in PHP. It doesn't work the same way. So it's yes and no. Like we're getting back to that, which is really great for a lot of reasons, but we now have so much more power at our disposal by being able to really, really easily write pending UI, optimistic UI, and ultimately create much better user experiences. I'm really excited about what we've been able to do with that stuff.
It's actually a point I'd love to dig in on more. It's something like I didn't put in the notes, but I think a lot about is how far into the session does the framework get me? Where something like PHP gets you to initial page load and no further. Like once you want to have something change on that page, have like a socket that connects, a button that does a thing, you've kind of left what PHP gives you. And now you're in like client side land where you're building your own solution. I found that Astro does this very consciously, but gives you a lot of ways to opt in the JavaScript when you need it. I found that Next kind of shrugs and says, you have a React app. It's on the client once the page is done loading. Aren't you good? And then you do everything as Reacty as you can or feel like. Remix is interesting where it's found a middle ground between something like Astro and something like Next.js, where it's considerate of what the client needs. It thinks through things like actions and data refetching and like the way a page updates when things change, but it doesn't think it through for all types of sessions, more so for interactive sessions with low data throughput. So like if I have I know like you're not just e-commerce, but it really is the golden use case for something like Remix, where it generates the page with the correct content as quickly and minimally as possible. And when a user interacts with it, even if JS hasn't loaded, things happen. And that's magic. That's so useful for so many use cases. But with something like Ping, I need React Query not to fetch data from my server, but to know which AV devices your computer has and to update those live and to handle all of the different ways things update, change, etc. And I'm curious how you think about application lifecycles and what Remix's role is in them.
To be honest with you, I haven't really thought about it in those terms. I am looking currently for, so one of our engineers built a chat app with Remix using WebSockets. So I wouldn't rule out those sort of technologies if that's what we're sort of getting at. But I'm just trying to find it.
Something I should be more clear about when I say these things is that when I say this stuff in particular, it's not you can't do these things with these different technologies. It's these different technologies don't solve the problem, so you have to solve it on your end. The one thing I will say about Remix is, from my experience using it for things that require connections like WebSockets, WebRTC, stuff like that, is generally a frustrating experience simply due to the lack of HMR. That's like the one thing that causes it.
Totally. Yeah, and I know we'll talk about that in a little bit. We'll
sort of excited for that one.
Here,
I can get this link open quick.
I think that's what we're going to fight.
Oh, I am very excited for that then.
Yeah. So anyway, no, I just want to say, like, go back to your original question. What I think really, I would just point back to what I said before, which is we provide you all the primitives that you would need to build essentially whatever you want. One of the things that we learn, keep in mind we're in version 1.x at the moment. So one of the things that we get to learn from the community as folks start to use Remix and start to build real production apps on it, we learn what they need and what their pain points are. And that's how we learn how to build the higher level abstractions that you need to make these developer experiences much more palatable. So totally hear you on that. If you've struggled with that sort of thing, I know we're constantly thinking about how to improve developer experience for these sort of things, HMR included. It's on a roadmap. But yeah, I totally hear you on that front. As far as the actual application itself, I don't see any limitations in what we have. And if that's what you're getting at,
absolutely. Like once it's deployed, it's all the same, honestly. Like none of these solutions really think through like 10 minutes into the session and like how data changes without user interaction in the relationship there. And I don't know if it's necessarily their role to, like, should WebSockets be a thing frameworks consider, and should meta frameworks, especially like in a serverless world, are those things they should be concerned with, is a hard question.
Totally. Yeah. And it's not even a matter of whether or not we should be concerned with it as much as where is it on the priority list, because we have so much stuff we're trying to build and ship. So it's not that these kinds of concerns aren't important. We are very much focused on I would put that in the broad bucket of developer experience. We're very much concerned about the developer experience, and we think that we provide a really solid developer experience in a lot of ways. And we know that there's room for improvement in other ways. So it's a very broad umbrella term, and what that means is a little different to everyone, I found. But that sort of feedback is really useful for us to prioritize.
Makes a ton of sense. And I've definitely seen that go well. Like the issue that I think Matt originally opened that Colin McDowell from Zod filed the PR for, to add type safety and generics to loaders, was super cool. And I know that wasn't something that the whole team necessarily agreed on initially, but
I didn't agree on it initially.
Oh,
I was anti. I was like, this is not something we need to maintain. This is, extra overhead right now, and it's really not that big of a deal to just cast it to your loader type. I was pretty like was pretty like annoyed by it. And I'm wrong. I mea culpa. I was totally wrong on that. It's awesome. Super glad that they did that and pushed us forward on that front. So yeah,
There are a few things I like that we in this community like more than ownership of a mistake and being incorrect about
totally.
something. Appreciate that a ton. Like it's been really cool to see, and this is like the flies have been dropping for like 3 or 4 years now. Of like, I don't really need type safety, to hardcore advocates. Like my favorite example of this is definitely Tanner Lindsley, where he just was not into TypeScript. Like React queries first 3 versions were JavaScript, and
Yep.
he slowly was convinced by the community and then realized how much faster it helped him move. And now we see stuff like Tanstack location or Tanstack router, that is a router built entirely around type safety.
Yes. Now the pain is when you get to be the one who maintains the types for
Oh,
that
it's
kind
the
of stuff,
worst.
because yeah, TypeScript for apps is a different world from TypeScript for libraries. And when you're a general use library like that, the types get so gnarly. And that's one of the reasons I was so hesitant to bring that stuff into Remix, because I firsthand experience maintaining types that I can barely understand after I write them. So yeah, kudos to those folks who are really interested in that sort of thing and push us forward, because I'm always the first person to push back on that stuff, just straight because it's added complexity and somebody has to deal with that complexity. But in the end of the day, for the folks who do use Remix to build things, it is important that they get as best type safety as we can provide them, for sure.
I absolutely love that. Trying to put this, like something I try to talk about a lot here because I think it's really important, is how different TypeScript is for people facing users versus people facing developers using TypeScript. And a lot of like the reason TypeScript is so great is it takes the mental like burden of all the ways things can break, and it moves it off of us as the user facing dev onto you as the open source library maintainer whose types I'm consuming. And that trade-off is one that benefits the users of your stuff absurd amounts. We can move way faster and have a way better experience as a result. And it seems easy enough to us as the consumers that's like, oh, why doesn't everybody do this? And the reason is because it sucks. It's really hard to do that, especially to do it right and like truthfully. And I don't think that the maintainers get enough credit. It's like TypeScript is good, but the work that maintainers have done to adopt TypeScript and to make their libraries more consumable, that's the great magic piece that makes TypeScript as awesome an experience as it is.
Totally. And one of the guys on our team, Pedro Catori, he's a TypeScript wizard. He's been in and out of the TypeScript code base, and he's sort of, we've designated him as our TypeScript person. When there's something the rest of us have no idea what's going on in types, he goes and jumps in our types, and we just pretend it doesn't exist, because that's someone else's problem. Like to delegate that stuff away. It gets nasty in there, but you're right. It's totally worth it. It's totally worth it for the users and developers. So yeah, I'm really stoked about that stuff. We have, and you already mentioned Colin, Maple Leaf. Like there's a lot of really great contributors. Matt, a lot of great contributors out there who pushed us on that one too. So that was a huge team effort, and they're still pushing us. So feel free to keep going. I have more stuff to push back on, but that's fine. If you can convince me on some of these things, we'll make it better.
Yeah, I actually think it was one of those convos that got us chatting in the first place.
Yep.
I love the push for more full stack type safety, and the framing I used to discuss the Remix stuff. I actually really liked it. Is like the different tiers of type safety, which like tier 1 is cast or add a generic. Tier 2 is in a given like known set of possibilities, pass a generic but mandate that so that it's impossible within those constraints for something to go wrong. And then like which is what I consider what Remix is doing, where you have to pass a loader. The loader has to be from the same file. It makes a lot of sense how those parts come together. But then there is type 3, which is you cannot consume this in a way that is not type safe. Just by consuming these APIs, type safety is introduced. You cannot type something, you cannot pass something, you cannot break out of the system, which is something like TRPC or Tanstack router.
Sure. Yeah, just minor correction. You don't necessarily have to call use loader data in the same file, and you can still import the type of the loader into other files.
Is there an
You just want to
example of
make
this
sure
in the code base that you sent at the beginning? Because
well,
we should transition
no,
to that.
but so let me back up. So when I say files, I don't mean other routes. So it's very important designation there. If you have like a component that builds on top of use loader data, you can import the type of loader from your route file and use it in that component, as long as that component is rendered in the route. So it's a little, it sort of you're now
Yeah.
creating this coupling from the component to the route, and that's a little, you might not want to do that. But so technically you can, and there may be ways to do that. So one use case for just, you definitely want to at least expose your loader's data, your loader action data, because that parent data could be available in routes. If it's a nested route situation and you have loader data at the top, that parent data is going to be available to its children. So
So
you can always access that from higher up in the route tree.
so if I'm like four components, like if I have like a component that's super deep and nested and I have four parents, all of which had loaders on them, can I
Mhm.
access with a use loader all of the data from all of those?
Yeah,
Interesting.
it's just a hook.
Yeah. And so like when I call use loader data, that will pull all the data from all of the parent loaders or
So sorry, let me back up. It's going to pull data from the leaf node. But the loader in the leaf node has access to the data in its parent, and so it can continue to pass
ah,
that down. Now, this gets into another conversation that we're having internally about middleware, which is going to be really important, I think, for us moving forward. We know we need it. It's something that we're all very keen on having, but I think middleware is going to make these problems a lot easier to solve.
very interesting. I think these are the patterns that tend to scare me the most. And funny enough, like Next 13 just didn't include any of these with their server component stuff. Like if you have a
Mhm.
layout that fetches data, you can kind of manually pass the props to a child, but at that point you don't know what props are and aren't there at all. You're building your own type safety story, import story, and like component hierarchy. And
Sure.
it's very unclear what calls what where and what I can pass to where. I think this is also one of those places where Remix falls in this middle ground where it doesn't have a type safety story built in here. Like I don't have the type of a parent route that loaded data before mine. I don't know how to, I can't get the data just by having it there. It is
Yeah.
there, but I have to convince TypeScript it is there myself, my own way. And it's possible for that contract to break just by moving a folder somewhere else.
Of course. Yeah, and that's always going to be a challenge to a degree with file system routing, because you
Yes.
can't generate types based on, what's in what folder. You're going to have some sort of code gen step to do that. So that's always going to be a challenge. I would just say too, going back to what you said, where these sort of decisions are. I think you said that that's a challenge for you, that
Mhm.
you don't have that level of introspection. I totally agree, but I also would say, like, I think it's more important that we don't ship higher level abstractions before we know what the right ones are,
Oh, yes.
because it's much more painful to take those away later. And so that's why we don't have middleware. That's why we don't have better answers to some of the trickier questions around TypeScript and file system loading. We just haven't figured out what the right abstractions are for those yet. So that's where these kinds of conversations, I think, are really useful for us.
Very interesting. I hadn't thought of it that way before. Like, what is the relationship with type safety first and the discovery of the new, better patterns to do things? Like, one of the things Remix has done that's so valuable is prove out the value in data loaders being so close to your components in a
Mm,
simple, logical way that whether or not like if anybody doesn't want to give Remix the credit for popularizing that in the modern time, I will personally fight over it. It's very important, the amount that it's been normalized by y'all. And
thanks.
I don't know if that would have been doable if type safety was like a top of mind focus day one. The amount you'd be able to do and iterate and discover would just inherently be less. But what I'm seeing now is
Totally agree.
like I think it took a decade of GraphQL for tRPC to exist.
Totally agree. The ability to, I think this is why JavaScript is underrated. Yes, it's dynamic, it's very YOLO, and there's a lot of book guns, and but that gives you so much room to explore. Constraints take away that exploration, right? And TypeScript gives us nothing but constraints. Now, constraints are also great, but in that discovery phase, I think you're totally right. It's really nice to be able. Like, I used to be a designer, so I come at this in the same, when I'm thinking about design systems versus, just brainstorming and coming up with really interesting ideas. Like, you can't give me something like Figma and tell me that I have to come up with the most creative, uh, raw logo concepts. Like, I'm not going to do that in Figma. I'm going to do that with a pad and paper because there's no constraints, right? Yeah, it's exactly the same thing when we're designing APIs, when we're thinking about what these abstractions look like. Having the freedom and flexibility of a no type safety land to just go wild in, I think, is really, really crucial to the design process, and we're going to get there. Like, and we did get there. We got a long way with type safety, but we didn't start there. You're totally right. We started from the perspective of building this framework with user experience number one, developer experience number two. But yeah, this all came from exploration and trying to understand and learn from our mistakes and from what other folks have built before us, and building on the shoulders of giants, for sure.
And I absolutely love being able to cheat off of y'all's homework.
Please do.
Yeah,
it's so open source for a reason.
Yeah, it's awesome. And there's so much to learn from it. I've benefited a ton from reading through the source and all the cool things in there. I will say that, like, as for the who does type safety help move faster, a lot of that I would argue depends on like what level you're innovating at. The first person to really convince me on this point was Ryan Carniato, the creator of Solid.js, because he's not a big TypeScript fan. Actually, I think I have a diagram I can find pretty quick. It was the first diagram.
I think this is all funny talking about who's not TypeScript fans, because Ryan and Michael were so resistant to TypeScript as well when I first started working with them. I was actually, I'm not going to take all the credit, but when I was working on Reach UI, I was the one that pushed them to convert that to TypeScript. So I don't know that was that I am taking back all the credit for them being TypeScript converts, but I started a little bit there.
I have this classic from a while back. Ryan tweeted, because I had a tweet that's for anyone who doesn't find a productivity win out of TS is not using it correctly. Honestly, yada yada. This should have been more considerate of library maintainers. I made that mistake. But sure. Ryan's response of, I'm pretty much the person you're describing. I'm told it will click, but 4 years in, it still hasn't. Alternative explanation.
He's just 2 levels ahead of you.
More than 2 levels. I think that's at least like I'd call this like a 6 out of 10. So 1, 2, at least 3.
It's a great chart. Yes. I love that.
Yeah, this was the first diagram I like put on Twitter, and it doesn't have anywhere near enough support. So if y'all want to meme on me for
you haven't told any of your followers to like it. If you told them to like it, they would totally do it.
Yeah, that's why I'm sharing it here, so they can bring it back, because it's one of my best charts. Yeah. People forget, and this is a fun thing I run into. I suck at coding. People don't seem to understand that. A lot of like my decision making and planning is because I am bad at coding. What keeps me from fucking things up and what allows me to move as fast as possible, and that's how like the T3 stack started. These are the technologies that get in my way the least and support me in my chaos the most. And TypeScript is one of those for me. So if like wrong button, there we are. So like if I'm building for users directly with something like Ping, or even if I'm doing something like Advent of Code, which is a live programming challenge to get an answer out of a pile of numbers as fast as possible, I've actually found TypeScript to make me faster in all of those scenarios. Specifically because what TypeScript enables for me is the ability to take that part of my brain that's constantly second guessing shit and apply that to other stuff.
There's an upfront debt that you have to pay the upfront debt, right? Like you have to write all the types. You have to make sure that everything is type safe right out of the gate. But once you do that, you're going to fly through it, right?
You don't always have to define those types though. And
yes, you're right.
This is the thing that's changing is type safety is no longer writing type definitions. Type safety is often inferring them from other stuff. Like Prisma is one of the best examples of TypeScript.
Oh, love Prisma's TypeScript support. It's amazing.
Yeah. I wish it could do it without CodeGen. I think the magic of tRPC is it's very similar, but without the CodeGen step, where just by defining the functions, I now have everything I need. You create a tRPC router that has all of your functions on it, and you call tRPC.useQuery. And from there, it's able to infer the type off of the tRPC object that has all of the things in it. There's no type to define. You just return things, and then the client has them in the right shape. That type of like agility I have found only in TypeScript. And yes, this does not exist for library builders, and that sucks really hard. Like if you're building a library, your TypeScript means you write types and then you build your library. If you're a user-facing developer, then right now, TypeScript means you make less mistakes as you prototype your application.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. It does make it a lot trickier with our model, and we've already discussed this at length. Where our model is, you're going to have a lot of your client code and your server code is going to be in the same place. Your router or your routing rather is sort of coupled to the file system. We don't completely tell you don't have to use file system routing, but to some degree you do, because all of your route files you can define it in a config, but they're going to still have to point to separate files. And so your component and your loader and action are all coupled. Um, it's a little trickier, but I really don't think we could ever do it without a code gen step, unless TypeScript somehow one day releases support for file system introspection,
God,
which
I would
that would be
kill. It would
incredible.
solve so many of my complaints. I I I know that you saw Ryan's tweet yesterday too, that he's upset he can't make a whole remix app in one file, and I very
Yeah,
much relate to that. I'm a big fan of break the files up when you have problems with how much is in your files, not because the framework told you to put things in certain places.
yeah, I'm on the same page with that one.
Yeah, I don't even like
Hopefully, we'll get
single
there.
SFCs, like single file components that like Vue, Svelte, and a lot of other frameworks like to use. Even the new React Server components feels a lot like they are leaning into that direction, and it hurts. Like the use client thing on top. Okay, now this file has a purpose that is different from other files. This is a relationship that's defined through magic exports, not through like configuration.
Sure. Yeah, I do think it's important to keep in mind, especially with React Server components, like they're still experimental, right? Like these aren't stable yet. So I feel like every new release of React Server components gets us a little closer to where we need to be. I mean, if you look at what we have today versus the initial proposal, it's completely different, right? Like the Hydrogen team originally shipped an extremely beta version of this stuff, and they had to back out of it because it was, there was just a lot of problems, and a lot of the changes they made were in response to the feedback from the Hydrogen team. So I'm really hopeful about React Server components. I'm hopeful that some of the less comfortable aspects of them are improved. I would definitely put the use server, use client directives at the top of that list. But yeah, it's I guess a different conversation.
I I don't want to go too deep into that because I want to make sure we look over some code before you have to run. But I will quickly say, like, as a meaningful endorsement, if I had to ship the most performant React app to my users as fast as possible with good data loading patterns, I wouldn't bet on React Server components right now. Remix is a much safer bet. And that's why I think the acquisition from Shopify makes so much sense, because that's their goal. That's why they built Hydrogen. They didn't want to wait on the best experience for their users and for Shopify developers building for Shopify
Sure.
sellers and customers. And Remix is the most stable path there right now.
Yeah, and that was really what it was all about. Is where are we today? What do we need today? And what they had wasn't going to fly for today. Like it doesn't mean that we haven't shut the door to React Server components, and I think there's still a lot of benefit there, especially around hydration. Especially like there's a lot of value in shipping less code to the client, not having to hydrate the entire DOM tree. I think there's
No
still
more
work
double
to be
data,
done there. Yeah, it would be amazing if we could support that stuff,
but
and
triple
I
data for
really,
now.
really hope. Yeah, well, really, really hopeful that we can get there. We're, very much in. We have conversations with the React team. I don't personally have. I wish I had more conversations with the React team. They seem like interesting people, but I know Ryan and Michael have lots of conversations with them, and the Hydrogen team, obviously, who we're working very closely with now, spent a lot of time on React Server components with the team. So really hopeful for that feedback to work its way into something that we can realistically use in Remix. We might not ultimately use the same data loading patterns because we're just fundamentally different in a lot of ways. But if they can break it apart in a way where we can still benefit from them, I think that would be awesome.
I absolutely love this so much. I don't want to keep you too far past time. Are you down to go over this code a little bit and then I can go explore after when you head off?
Sure. Yeah, we can do that. I'm not
Cool.
sure how much value to provide, but because I was just tinkering around with an
Uh,
idea that you started off on
I
Twitter.
mean,
So,
that's even more exciting than less. Let's
okay.
take a look. I will hit the screen button. Can you see my screen? Okay.
Yeah. And so just some background on what we're looking at here. This is a fresh Remix app that I created. It has a very simple SQLite database with just a couple of models, a very little bit of data. Most of that's not really that important, but if you run the dev server on here, you'll just get a very basic welcome message, welcome to Remix app. I was going to make it pretty and add some styles, but
No
that's
worries.
neither here nor there. But what you had asked me about, we talked a lot about type safety already, and the way that you get type inference from a loader or an action is by when you call use loader data or use action data. And I'm sorry for anyone who hasn't used Remix before. This is going to be meaningless to you, but essentially your loaders and your actions are responsible for handling the get request or the post request from that specific route. And so When you call use loader data in your route or use action data, you're essentially requesting the data from that loader or that action. We also have this thing called use fetcher, which is what you would use if you are trying to get data or fetch some data from another route somewhere else in your route hierarchy without navigating to that route. So in this particular route that you're looking at, this is just a generic, this is just a route that we've created to fetch data about a specific user, given a user ID, right? And what you had asked me about, I thought was really interesting, is there a way where we could make use fetcher, have it infer types from the information that you pass to it? And unfortunately, it doesn't really make a lot of sense because use fetcher is a very generic hook. It's you can do anything with use fetcher. When you call use fetcher, you're not siloed to only fetching data from one route. You can use the same fetcher to fetch data from any route. It's got its own methods. It's got fetcher.load. You can create a fetcher.form, which is a form component that you can pass an action to. So each of those forms can have a different action. So I thought about this and I thought, well, how could we build like a higher level hook on top of use fetcher that it gives you the type inference that you're looking for? And so, yeah, I started scaffolding out this function at the bottom of the file called use user fetcher, I think. Yeah, use user fetcher. And we're just going to construct a brand new fetcher from scratch.
Let's see if I can guess. Oh, look at that.
Wow. Okay. That's not exact. No, that's wrong.
That's not right.
Yeah, that's not right at all. So sorry, Copilot, you're wrong.
First, we need to pass it the type.
No. Back up. You're
too far in. Okay.
Yeah. So we're building we're not just spitting out use fetchers because we want actual type safety, right?
Yes.
This is a big thing that I want to I'm going to preach about. People who talk about type safety oftentimes forget that some things aren't type safe because they're not type safe, right? Like we have to validate types. In order for it to be actually safe, we need to validate. So if you just return use fetcher and cast it or pass the generic, that's not going to do anything. That's not making your thing any safer. That's tricking you into believing that it's safer. And then it gives you fancy autocomplete, but there's no safety there. So we have to actually construct a whole new thing here. So what we would do here is return. So first of all, call use fetcher and assign it to a variable. And what you're going to return instead is a memoized object. So just return react.useMemo. And we're just going to essentially, and we're not going to construct the whole thing because there's a lot more to fetcher than this, but I do want to just showcase a few things. So what we're going to return from useMemo is an object, and we'll throw a few, we'll just start with a couple things. We'll start with a couple properties. One is data. You need to know your data. So assign to data, fetcher.data.
Get memo to come in, import, use memo.
Yeah, sorry. Update your imports.
From React. Yeah, just my auto imports aren't. Oh, it's up there now. What the hell? Okay, why is this?
Well, you're not passing an array.
Oh, yeah, duh. I haven't used the memo in a while. There we go. And then response in here. Cool. So what do fetch,
yeah. So you call it response. That's fine. So yeah, you don't need it's actually not a response. It's a fetcher object. So this is, you can call it fetcher. It's fine. And so when you return from useMemo, you're not returning the fetcher. You're going to return. We're basically reconstructing our fetcher.
Yes.
So you want to return a key called data.
Data.
And then on that, just fetcher.data. We're not going to spread in everything, but just call fetcher.data. Yeah.
This autocomplete is not very smart.
Yeah, sometimes Copilot gets in the way more than it helps.
Yeah.
And then create a new key called load.
In here?
Yep. And then this is going to be a method that calls fetcher.load. And here's where we're going to pass in the actual string we're interested in. So in here, so it's going to be a method. And then basically what you have right now is Copilot's got this one right.
Nice.
So go ahead.
Finally helpful.
And so use fetcher is going to, use user fetcher. It takes a user ID, which is a string. It's only going to be able to load data from this specific route. So now we have ensured that when we call fetcher.load, we're getting it from this specific route, right? This is where like the type safety is. Now it's actually type safe because we're only ever going to be able to do that from this specific route. So now when you call use fetcher, the only thing you need to change here is you need to pass in the generic type of loader here.
So you think I should put that here?
No. When you call use fetcher up above,
Yes, that's,
yep,
yep, that makes sense. And type
pass in
of
type of loader.
loader. Nice.
Yep. So now if you just hover over the fetcher.load
This also
really quick.
needs the user ID.
Yep.
For fetcher.load.
And you should see, it should infer your types for you.
That does not, but this should.
Oh, sorry. You're
Yes,
right. Load
the
doesn't
data.
actually give you any types. The load is it's just
If I even hover over this, it should be data
Yep.
serialized object, undefined, to optional user or undefined. That looks
Yep.
correct to me. Yeah.
Yep.
I like that you're specifically binding load to always call from this. My one concern would be what happens if this gets renamed to customers.
Totally. You'd have to change, you would have to update that. And it goes back to speak to the fact that we've got limitations with file system routing, and you're always going to need either some sort of code gen step or to manually update those to some degree. But it is at least easier to do if you've got it right there in the same route file that you're working in.
Yeah, this makes a ton of sense.
Doing it everywhere in your app.
And as a pattern to have a hook I can now import other places, this makes a ton of sense.
Sure.
It's vaguely familiar to Next Fetch. I think I mentioned this to you before, but the pattern here, and I think this is super cool, is you create files with the swr.ts ending. And by doing this, it knows to, when you create this hook, to at compile time, yoink this out and make it an endpoint, and to insert either SWR or React Query on the client side to actually do the data fetching. You give it a validator for the input, the async for the return. This isn't following web standards the same way this is, where we have like proper invariant behaviors. We're throwing JSON, which follows like proper web request response standards. But what it does get for us is a very simple API for writing a backend function in one place and calling it in many.
Mm-hmm. No, I like that a lot. And all this goes to show, like, we haven't completed our fetcher implementation, but that's totally fine because this is enough to basically load some data from that route. But you could basically reconstruct the entire fetcher if you want, using the same exact path that we're going down, and making sure you update all of the properties on the original fetcher. But all of this is just to say that, going back to what you said initially, we're providing you primitives to build these yourself if you want to. And when we understand all of the edges, I think it's going to be a lot easier for us to build the higher level abstractions internally into Remix, so that you don't have to build these sort of abstractions. But in the meantime, we're not. I think the low levelness of our API does enable these sort of patterns, and I would encourage you to play with it.
I actually really like that framing specifically because like this is built on top of like 4 other things and then a compiler, where this feels like the base pieces are less other people's work, more web standards that I can continue building on top of. It is very interesting in the abstraction it represents.
Yeah, there's nothing more frustrating than not being able to debug something because it's 6 levels of indirection deep.
Yeah. I've spent way more time in patch package than any CEO should. This has been super cool. I love that you put this together for us. I learned a ton from going through this. I appreciate it a ton. Anything we didn't talk about or otherwise want to mention before I send you off? I thank you again so much for coming out, especially like knowing that you're not feeling great.
Yeah, no worries. Well, we didn't talk much about HMR, the compiler, and I know you're looking forward to that. So if you got if you're going to stay on a few minutes, I can give you a few more minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I am super down. Yeah, for me and like the types of stuff I am building being much longer lived sessions where like when I'm deving on Ping, to get into the call in ideal scenarios takes 2 seconds to init your AV devices, to connect to our WebRTC provider, to connect to our WebSocket providers, to activate those devices and confirm that they are in a correct state, and then join the call. If I was to not have HMR and do a full forced refresh there, and it runs those, or the next set of like page primitives, like it fetches my AV devices before the cleanup has finished before, then I end up in chaotic states every time I save a file on my computer. And that's very rough for experiences with like where, and to be fair, I think this is where like Remix's strengths don't benefit a lot. Like the time to get to the thing that you load my pages for is 2 seconds. Like not because our servers are slow, but because the things we depend on the client are slow. And as such, the wins that Remix provides our users aren't that big here. And the DX hit it provides for my team makes it impossible to iterate on.
Sure. Yeah, no, I get that, and you're certainly not the first to ask about HMR. I'd say that like to me, so I think of HMR the same way I think about use effect. Um, 95% of the time, use effect is very easy, and then 5% of the time, it's impossible, right? Um, 95% of the time, you probably don't even need HMR for what you're building, and then 5% of the time, without it, it's impossible to build what you're building without banging your head against the table, right? Um, we know this. Really, it just comes down to the fact that we were a 9-person team, and priorities were and resources didn't align on that to get it out when we wanted to get it out. We had an early version of HMR in the works, and it was too buggy. HMR in the server, man, it's hard. Um, it's a much different animal, and
Yep.
I don't know if you remember early versions of Next were painful with the HMR that
Early
they launched out
versions,
in the early versions.
it
Yeah.
still has a ton of
Um,
bugs when you're doing HMR. I've
no,
demoed
no,
them a
I
few times on stream. All the hilarious states you can get next into by just like changing a variable in a file.
100%, and this is not a dig at the next team either. It's a really hard problem to
Yeah,
solve.
absolutely.
When I say early versions, I mean they've actually gotten better, despite the fact that there's still a lot of bugs that they haven't overcome. So it's not that we've punted on it or we overlooked it. It's very much on our roadmap, and it's something we've actively worked on already. We just haven't had the right answer for it yet, and shipping a really bad experience, an HMR experience, and claiming we've solved HMR, I think is worse than just saying we don't have HMR right now.
Yep.
So that's sort of where we are in that, and it ultimately comes down to our decision to roll our own compiler, because when you do that, you don't get the benefit of someone else's solution already,
Yep.
right? So
I even had in the notes like, why not Vite? And I'm curious if that fits in here enough to quickly rant on.
yeah, totally. Simply because I don't think V existed when we initially shipped Remix. Like, well, I think I wasn't even with the company at that time, but Ryan and Michael started working on this thing basically right when the pandemic hit. I don't remember exactly when V launched, but it was pretty close to that time, if not a little after Remix initial version. So that's sort of the main reason you can't ship on something that doesn't exist. They initially built it with a roll-up compiler, and it took like 40 seconds to rebuild an app with like 2,000 routes, and they said that's not acceptable. So that's what they started looking at ESBuild, and
It's
yeah, it
hilarious that
was
like they
so
they
much
used
faster
both the core technologies for Vite, where
for
they
V.
like
Yeah, yeah,
that's how Vite works is it's roll up in production and ES build and dev.
yeah. Well, but wait, even when V did initially launch, they didn't support SSR, and we well, we're a server-side framework, and even today, the SSR, I'm pretty sure Vite's SSR support, I think they give you a Vite server, if I'm not mistaken. So you're sort of bound to their server, whereas that goes against what we're building and shipping in Remix. You're in control of your server as the developer. Um,
I have seen people. Vite is very similar to Remix in the like super primitive approach that they have. I've actually
sure.
argued that in a lot of ways, Astro is competing with Vite because like Astro's server has offered me more flexibility, even though they're built on top of Vite and they use a bunch of like Vite
Oh,
stuff to
cool.
actually run it. I don't know how much their dev server and their like production server is actually built on top of Vite's like built-in server and SSR. Maple, who's now working on on Astro, just said, not gonna lie, Astro is pretty much Vite but better, which is a lot of like how I've enjoyed using it and how it feels to me. And I think like Remix is now to an extent stuck fighting a lot of the same battles that the rest of us get to cheat off of Vite's homework for, things like
Yeah,
HMR.
yeah, that's totally fair. And I think another important thing to call out here is that we also don't really want to support everything that every compiler supports. One of the main motivations of building Remix is that we think that a lot of the things that we're being that a lot of the tools that we had were just moving us in the wrong direction. Um, Things like runtime CSS and JS, and the enormous profits you take from that sort of thing. Injecting giant strings of CSS into the head of your document rather than cacheable style sheets. Like these things are things that we thought were actively bad for user experiences, and we wanted to sort of roll back a little bit. So when people look at the things that we don't support, a lot of those are intentional. Some of those we still want to support. They're just we haven't gotten there yet for the same reasons we haven't got to HMR. Um, but there are some things that we don't want to support, and a lot of these bundlers that support these things out of the box, we're sort of actively pushing back against that. There's several reasons why we didn't go with Veet. I think again, it's just like it didn't exist, and when it did, it was very much a primitive version of what it is today. We've looked at it, and to be completely frank, I don't know enough about the Veet internals to know for sure whether or not it's a realistic thing we could use today. But maybe it is. We're constantly working on our compiler, so if there's stuff we can learn from that, or if we could just lean on what they've done, I'd open to looking into it.
It was muted, my bad. Yeah, that is a fantastic answer. And I think that just the history of all these things, it makes sense that Remix wouldn't be on Veet, but I do think that exploring it meaningfully is worth it. Astro was able to move off of Snowpack to Veet, and now it's like entirely based around it. I think it's one of those things similar to TypeScript, where once you've adopted, it's like, oh, this, I thought this would slow us down, and it did for a bit, but holy shit, we can move way faster now.
Yeah, I think another big thing to note here is that our compiler is like a lot of people get frustrated because we sort of closed off our compiler for extensions. That's another one of those things where it's not that we don't want to let people extend the compiler. It's that if we give them an API that we're not sure about and we have to take it away later, that's going to really suck. And right now, the compiler is still just an implementation detail, so it gives us the freedom to explore other compilers like that. If we would have given folks ESBuild plugin access in Remix config, then we're stuck with ESBuild, right? Like we can't explore these other options. So I'm actually really happy that we didn't, or at least haven't yet, um, allowed folks to go and dig into the compiler. So I think the compiler is going to shoot straight up in the next few major versions. I'll let you know. You'll be the first to know when we get HMR support. Don't worry.
That's super exciting. I will say generally, I like that mindset a lot. And I think it's something that there needs to be more of. I was actually having a talk with some people at Vercel not too long ago where there's this, it feels like there's this need for a very stable web framework, something that like comes out, does things very simple, obvious way, and then just they don't change the API any further. And it seems like Remix is very committed to not making breaking API changes and to ship things right the first time. The only place I would push back on this in is the HMR stuff. I think it's worthwhile to have HMR for components that don't have loaders in them as a method for me to not have to reconnect my entire virtual DOM tree from the top, from root node down. At the very least, as a config I can flip on in the interim as things are figured out, because there are customers who cannot responsibly adopt Remix without the 50 to 70% way of the way their solution. And you can add that, be very clear, this is not what we want this to be. This is for the people who need it right now. And get back to work on the better version, or just wait until you need it more. But as much as not shipping the right version hurts in the sense that it's telling people we solved this when we didn't, if you communicate what it is, which is the single page app side of things needs this for a lot of use cases, so we're giving you that there, we will solve this for the whole app in the future.
If you can take everything you just said, wrap it up in a nice little bow, go to GitHub discussions, I will make sure that we consider that, because I haven't considered it from that from sort of a limited perspective like that. But yeah, I think that it could be a good start. We'll see. But yeah, I would be really interested if you wanted to start a discussion on that, on actually like seeing that through and seeing where it is on the roadmap. I know that Ryan's getting ready to release a public roadmap for V2. I don't know if HMR is going to be a 2.0 thing, but I'm pretty sure it'll definitely be pre 3.0. So yeah, I think a discussion would be a great place for that sort of thing.
Absolutely love that. I think that's all I got. Any last things you want to cover or shout outs before we wrap up?
Follow me at Chance the Dev on Twitter. Go sign up for my course if you're a front end developer interested in learning back end technology. Front2back.dev. We've already got some email content for that rolling out. I'll be doing the YouTube's thing myself here in the next few months, rolling out workshops the following months as well. So yeah, a lot of stuff coming on the front2back.dev stuff. So go sign up for that. And yeah, I think that's it. I really appreciate you having me today. This is awesome.
Yeah, this was absolutely awesome. Thank you so much, man. I'm pumped to like be chatting with the Remix guys more in general. It seemed like just from me announcing this, Kent was now interested too. So this is far from the last Remix convo we'll be having here. Thank you again.
Awesome.
I super appreciate it, man.
This is great. Thanks.
Peace. I'm going to hit to the BRB on here. We can chat for a little bit, but I'll be back in like 2 to 4 minutes, guys. Going to go take a quick smoke and refill my water break. See y'all in a minute. We good? I think we're good. Sup, nerds? Time for the fun half. What'd you guys think of that? I thought that was super cool. I am so pumped that like the Remix team is down to have these types of convos. That was so different from where things were even like 6 months ago. I am genuinely super pumped. And yeah, that was cool. What do you guys think? Good convo? Thinking more about Remix? Great talk. And to the comment on when Kent was here before, he was in chat, and I don't take well to backseating when I am running into problems with code stuff. It's one of the main reasons I don't code on stream anymore. Well, at least not much. Need to thank a bunch of people for subs and things that I missed when I was interviewing. I missed a ton. Jeez. Oh, T3 not GG. X with the tier 1 resub. A Wave with the 2-month sub. Appreciate you a bunch. The Flame not Scott. Great name. Tier 2, 3 months. Tier 2 is pretty rare. Good shit. Appreciate you. Locked and Coded with 10 gifts. Nothing's changed. Appreciate you a ton, man. I hope all has been well. Jay Hingle with the Prime sub and then immediately following up with a gift. Fuck yeah, doubling down. Appreciate that. Got Franz with the Prime. Somebody mentioned that, yeah, there was like one hiccup during the interview. I have the recording. It should be good on my end, hopefully. But yeah. Guys, you don't want my skincare routine. My skin's been such a mess lately, and it's like engineered around the chaos that I deal with. I misted gifts. I want to finish all of these, or I'm not going to, though. Vedium with the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Chris with the tier 3 resub. You've been around with the tier 3 for a while now. Thank you, man. Jiraj with the tier 3 resub. Dole with the 10 gifts. And then Glassy with the resub. You're 11 months in. Damn, almost at a year. That's nuts. Y'all have been around forever. Good shit. Oh, renewing the gift sub from Cooper. Look at that. Cooper, you're bringing people in to be full-time payees. Love that. Thank you, Step Bro. And thank you, Joker and Locked and Coded both for the gifts. Appreciate that a ton. Obviously, our boy Angular is the best, is still number 1. Thoughts on him selling courses? I like his angle. I am not fond of courses that are focused on new developers, specifically people who don't have money from a dev job. If you're already a front-end developer and you want to expand your skills further, if you're already collecting a dev salary and you want to be able to expand what you're doing, I like that as a person you sell to specifically. And I've said this before. I don't like courses because I feel like they often charge the wrong person. This is an example of a course that to me is charging people that makes way more sense to charge. I need to update the title and stuff. I can do that through this set title. JS, I guess. Oh no, Fossabot. Yeah, Kent's really good about this too, to be clear. Kent, not only does he like expect employers to pay, he makes most of his money doing like retreats and boot camps and things with companies. And also open source is the majority of his learning materials. So you can access them for free the majority of the time. I'm pretty sure Epic React, the source code is just up on GitHub. So hugely fond of those being things employers are covering, and like money isn't coming from the pocket of a new dev who hasn't made a dev salary yet. The thing that I personally really hate and see way too much of is charging people who don't have dev money, dev salaries, or employers who are willing to pay, spending money out of pocket. Yeah. Not only does Epic React do like parity depending on like where people are at, like salary wise and region wise, I'm pretty sure he'd give it to you for free if you're actually in a position of need. It's a very different thing from a lot of the courses and like boot camps and things that I normally complain about that are like, we'll get you $100,000 a year job in 3 months if you just pay us $20K. No, it's not how that works. It's not how any of that works. We have another 20 gifts from Joker. You really just want to be number one. Damn. Appreciate that a ton. Like, you've never gifted before and you just gifted 30 in a day? Legend. Appreciate you a shitload, man. If you have any topics or things you want me to cover, let me know and I'll try and get those bumped up earlier in the list. What headphones was I using during the interview? So I'm stuck on my Vocal Erupts. I actually don't like these very much, but they sound okay. They're comfortable enough and they don't leak sound because they're closed. But all the headphones I like to wear are open back. So I don't like to wear them on stream because the mic will pick them up. And my in-ears that I liked to wear broke. So I need to buy new in-ears. Speaking of which, all these gift subs are very helpful because I could buy headphones that I actually like how I look in. So new headphones hopefully coming soon that are good for in-ear stuff. Also, Dull Joker with another 5, forcing him to number 1 on the list. Appreciate that a ton. Thank you so much, man. Those are going to definitely go towards better headphones. Did Prime steal my Philips? No, he borrowed them. The thing about the Philips is they leak a lot of sound because they're open as fucking shit. And I like turning up my volume really loud when I'm self-monitoring, and the echo gets picked up in the mic sometimes. If I wasn't turning myself up so much, I would be able to use them, but I like blasting things. I have been tempted to do the AirPods on the stream PC. The problem is my interface doesn't do Bluetooth out particularly great. Certainly not for this use case. And I don't want Bluetooth latency when I'm monitoring myself. What app would I build with Remix? E-commerce stuff makes a ton of sense. So like if I was making a store and I wanted like it to be very consistent and accurate with like how expensive or like how many of an item is left in stock with a good flow that still uses React, I think Remix is a really good solution for those use cases, which is a big part of why the acquisition for what's it called? The Shopify acquisition makes so much sense. Yeah, the Sennheiser Drop headsets are weirdly good. Drop's ability to like go to a good manufacturer and make them make the thing that the headphone or audio community really needs is so cool. I love them for that. Yeah, rolling back to Windows 10 is like the best thing I've done for myself and my mental health in so long. Also, before I forget, I'm doing something different with the stream output today. Does anybody notice what's different with the video today, first off? Let me know in chat if you notice what's different. Nobody's noticing? Cam looks sharper. There's a reason for that. There's something I'm doing slightly different. No? Wow. The fact that nobody notices says so much about what I was worried about for no reason. Literally not one person has gotten it. How the fuck has not one person gotten it? Are you for real? I'm not fucking up and like doing this differently than I think I am, right? No, I'm doing this exactly how I think I am. Wow. Oh, someone got it. Someone got it. This is a 30 FPS stream now. I stopped streaming at 60 FPS because we don't need fucking 60 FPS for a Twitch stream. That is mostly us showing code screenshots. We have been a 60 FPS stream since I started on Twitch, and we are now a 30 FPS stream, and one person asked frame rate ? No one noticed. I was able to knock my bitrate down by like 20%. And because of that, I'm able to have less issues. But also, I only lowered it 20%, even though I lowered the frame rate by 50%. So everything looks sharper too. So many people watch from phone. I do love knowing that, especially for the Twitch people. Yeah, I think that the quality I'm getting out looks way better as a result of this. It also will help with encoding and decoding and editing on our devices and makes the video look better. I think I'm going to prefer this overall. It's going to be weird moving to 30 on the YouTube, but yeah, I think it's time that we move to the 30 FPS world. 30 versus 29.97. That's a thing I try to not think about too much because it hurts me that it matters. Yeah, AV1 is in all the major GPUs, so that means in like 5 years we'll finally be able to use it. Maple, I feel you about the soul pain. I wish I could justify continuing to do 60 FPS, but the amount like that this saves my hard drive, my video quality, my bandwidth, people's ability to watch the stream without compromising meaningfully to the point where almost nobody noticed. Like I feel like I have to do this, and I hate it. I hate it so much. I want to do 120 FPS streams, but nothing will ever handle that. So here we are. And I just to be realistic, like my setup was originally set up for game streams, and I kind of kept it as was. I'm not a video game streamer as much as I want to play Pokemon here, and I'm going to play Pokemon on here. I know AV1 is much more interesting, and I'm very excited for it to be a viable path, but nothing handles it for RTMP yet. Decoding still is very expensive, and we're a long ways away from when AV1 is going to be realistic for production uses. I could see myself using it locally for a recording method to save storage, but nothing edits it particularly well either. Feels like my mouth lags behind the audio. That might be the latency on my camera being slightly faster. I should actually take the time to sit there and test that and get it just right, but honestly, my setup's been so chaotic lately that the core pieces working is enough for me to worry about the rest in post. A bit of lag. Okay, yeah, my lag's way less bad than most streamers. Nice. It's only slightly noticeable. You know what? I'm gonna knock myself back 20 ms to see if that does it. Mic audio. Okay, so 16 ms, so I'll do 2 frames. That would be 64. Cool. Let's do a sync test. How's the sync? Ready, guys? What was that? Audio too early, too late, or look about right? Is the audio coming late? The audio is coming late. Late. Cool. We'll try again. How are we looking? Spot on. Do you know what's funny? Wow. Everybody's seeing something different, which means it's perfect. Y'all have fucked setups. What do you mean changed nothing? I just knocked it to... So, to be fair, I changed it by 2 frames. Right now it's on 0. Some are saying early, some are saying late, some are saying perfect, which means that it is perfect. Cool. We're fine. Yeah, the human brain is a wonderful, chaotic thing. Yeah, I'll just record this and play with it later. It's not too hard for me to test on my end. I just can't do that while I'm live. No video, no lag. That's a good way of thinking too. Appreciate that. I can't imagine low latency screwing with the AV sync particularly bad. Angular is the best, taking his #1 spot. I see you heard someone was competing with you. I appreciate the 10 gifts, man. Really means a ton. Thank you so much. Y'all are the best. I need to set some more sub goals because like y'all are subbing and I don't feel like I'm doing enough. I'm doing my best to just make all the coolest content, but I want to set like cool goals. I was going to do a sub goal to grow a mustache, but I don't want to grow a mustache, so we're not doing that. I'm not gonna... Sorry, Nikki. I can't just answer like random code questions. Yeah, my subathon will be nuts. Not even for Movember. I was so close. I was going to, but I actually shaved 2 days ago because I couldn't deal with it. I know what you're talking about. I don't smoke. Shush. I have facial hair in my remix video, funny enough. My shadow comes in really nice, and then everything else does not. So it's, Jesus Christ, doll. You're at 45 this stream. God, y'all are nuts. I appreciate you a ton. The sub off. I did not catch Scuffed. I watched a few minutes of it, but like I have not had a chance to watch the whole thing. Anything worth me knowing about? New framework if I hit 2.5k subs? I think that'd have to be 3k at least. I don't watch TV. No, I just don't have time to sit there and watch hour-long things plus right now. Yeah, they also didn't use ping. That's the real reason I don't care. Okay, yeah, 3K and Theo tries to make a framework. I like that. Thoughts on the Twitter takeover? Not in particular. I do need to take a new still for me being live on YouTube. I forgot about this. Let's get a good one quick. Is that out of focus? It's slightly out of focus. There we go. And we'll get a good. Take that. Hop into. Oh, I don't even have Affinity on this computer. Fuck. I'm using this chat as an easy way to transfer this photo. I am using the tier 3 chat in Discord to send my thumbnail photo over because it's the thing I had open. And the easiest way to do things is to use the Discord channel you have open to send files between computer boundaries. So I am quickly opening the tier 3 chat, which for those who don't know this, there is a tier 3 only chat in the Discord where tier 3 subscribers and tier 3 Patreon users are able to get a more unfiltered Theo. A Theo that is more willing to complain about things that might get me canceled. But also in this case, it's where I go and paste the picture that I want to throw into Affinity to quickly update my thumbnail. I can screen share again. I need to do a new image. Why is that doing that? That's annoying. Cool. You'll get to see the whole process now. My hair's not puffy enough. I didn't use enough product today. Trying some new products recommended by people I really trust, and I do really trust them, but they also don't have hair that's as heavy as mine. Which is fine. It's a reasonable problem to have. What are we talking about today? We should probably pick. Let me safely open up my Notion first. Happy I did this separately because I did not want to show the things that were there. Cool. Act Sarah components. What the hell? Need to put this somewhere where it actually fits without covering my face too bad. We'll make the text red. Give it a nice with that 10px black outline and a shadow because I love me my drop shadows. Decide if I want to put live on the top. I don't really feel like it. This is fine as is. Live RSC. It is 11/4/22. Really should have made this before the stream, but this is a hard job. Live. Yeah, I'm using Windows for the stream. I'm using Mac for my computer. God. what I want to do, and it sucks. Like I need to figure out a workflow for this. I would love to chop this out in a way where I don't have to like worry about the VOD, but I do have to worry about the VOD, and I do have to worry about like live chatting, remix or React server components, remix. Also, I love how whatever the fuck, I'm pretty sure it's an Angular app. It like I'm typing so fast and it's just dropping half the characters. It's so sticky keys. It's the worst. Cool. That updated, hopefully. The page is frozen, so I don't actually know if it did or not. Cool, it did. Nice. Now YouTube's up to date-ish. Oh, thank you, Dole. I appreciate this a lot. iOS related BS on React Native, I am painfully familiar. The Android related bullshit on React Native is also very painful though. So I will say native platforms suck. React Native makes them better, so much so that then when you run into the problems, it hurts way more. I sometimes use Synergy. I don't have it set up right now since I reinstalled Windows on my desktop, but I use Synergy, but I do have 2 keyboards and a trackpad for my Mac and a mouse for my desktop. Theo's the only person who explains all the things in like Excalibur in the simple way. Oh, I appreciate that. Look who's in chat. Oh? Oh? Hasn't chatted. I don't know if I can view the chat list here. Users in chat? I'm not seeing her in chat. I didn't think she'd be here. Tier 1, somebody gifted her, I'm sure. Oh, if somebody gifted her, she might have shown up for a second to see why. Why the... God, Twitch, come on. Yeah. Someone probably gifted her, so she came in to see. I'm used to talking to users. Lol. That's a good joke, actually. Somebody anonymously gifted her. That's probably why she popped in if she did. And then Sha, the gift community sub. Yeah, I know that, but I thought that Dev was saying she was actually in chat. She follows me on Twitter. You never know. I feel like opening this on stream is risky, but it's one of my proudest achievements. Oh, actually, more importantly, we could talk about ass cleaning. Oh, this isn't his Twitter. I forgot about that. I think, yeah. Because this happened. Banned T-word. Do you mean TRPC? Because I didn't ban TRPC. I banned TRCP because people spell it wrong all the time. TRPC should be on the allowed list. I'm actually going to go make sure that that's the case. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Tori. Yeah. That one's staying. Making sure this is here so it doesn't screw up. Mac OS just isn't the most stable platform for streaming. Like OBS is not supporting it well. Oh, do I have unbans that are bad? I'm scared. Oh, yeah, that's hilarious actually. So it's important to know I helped build ModView and actually didn't work on unban requests, but my account was used as a test account for a ton of shit even after I left. And as such, yeah, I should go through and clear these, but it's funny having the QA users in my account still. We tested a lot in production, not in the like backend APIs that were unsafe or shipped to users or anything, but in we were working against the production code base when we were working on front end stuff. It was necessary for this. Like the only way you were going to have like the scale of like nasty, crazy Twitch stuff. This was super helpful. I can close these all now. Based Theo in the private chat. Oh no, now I'm scared. I have so many DMs. I have so many DMs. God, I need to not look at anything related to Discord until I'm done streaming. Oh, Amaranth, honest, as hilarious as this is, like I could see Amaranth learning how to code. My Twitch experience is overall really good. I was on the safety team for 3 or so of my 4.5 years, and those years were great. I had a great experience in safety. I had a less great experience on other teams, in particular, the creator org was not great. It's a big part of why I left to go build my own stuff, is I didn't feel like they'd ever build what creators need. Also just noticed that Shah resubbed tier 3. Appreciate that a ton, man. I know that you're having problems with your sub. Good to have you back. You are not late to the Theo party. You're late to the interview that we did 2 hours ago, but you're just in time for Theo. Oh, Primogen and I have been planning for a bit. We'll let you guys know when those plans are a little more ironed out, but we definitely want to get into the hot tub streaming meta before it's dead. Oh, I did not leave after, I left not right before, but a few months before the Exodus started at least. I've been asked this a bunch. Right now, no. The goal of Create T3 app is that any combo of the things you select will be the best possible experience that we are familiar with and endorse. We're down for you to fork and build crazy things as well. And if those become popular enough and we're confident enough in them, I could see us adapting them. But I want to be careful that Create T3 app is like the set of opinionated stuff that we believe is best for building web applications. Theo versus Seth? Who's Seth? Interesting. I'm very curious. Over under for number of laptops. Oh, this is such a good bet. The more I think about Guest Star and the more I see how they market it, I'm realizing that like whether or not the user experience is largely copied from us, the actual benefit to the platform is much less, where Guest Star kind of feels like if people who didn't watch Twitch or make content saw that Instagram and TikTok had live and decided, oh, that's the new thing, we're going to try that. A lot of what Guest Star is doing is making it so you can bring your viewer in via their phone or whatever device they're on for a quick chat. It's not for planned high quality content. And I'm not seeing the meta moving towards smaller interactions with no names from chat. I'm sure that'll be fun content for 100 or less viewer streamers, but I don't see that being a thing professionals use. And this is consistently the problem I see with when Twitch builds solutions, is they don't understand professional creators. They understand people who don't quite get creation just yet, because a lot of Twitch staff are that. They're either non-creators or aspiring creators, but very few, if any, Twitch staff understand the grind of being a full-time creator right now. And most of the products they build reflect that. The products Twitch makes are their failure to understand what makes creators successful and their theories as to new types of content that might exist. It's not representative of the on-the-floor problems creators keep running into every single day. And I want to solve those problems, and that's why I quit. I wanted to build the things creators needed. Oh boy, more fetch bugs. I have not talked about that one yet. No. What about multi-chat channels for streamers that want to interact with each other and not the streamer? Yeah. It's going to be really hard for me and y'all to have creator conversations, because to me, it's just going to feel like, oh, y'all don't understand the creator side. Y'all are viewers. That's the case. One of the first things you learn as a streamer is that streamers don't watch streams. We don't have the time to. We would rather be doing anything else. It's very rare I watch streams, and when I do, it's people very far from our world. That said, somehow both Kisa and Bash Bunny showed up immediately when I said that. Love you both. Just as you tune in, of course. But you're not like here immediately when the stream starts. I'm mostly saying these things because it's a smaller than normal audience. Love that you're here, Bash. You're actually doing a lot of research, though. Your job is developer advocacy and understanding what developers are listening to, trying out, and resonating with. And you're here more for that. Obviously, correct me if I'm wrong. I like to think you're here because you know how important it is as a person whose career is developer relations to see how developers are relating. The point I'm trying to make, like the previous one I was trying to make, is that I thought I understood what creators wanted and needed for so long before I started creating. And I was entirely wrong, like 200% wrong. Did I know problems creators had? Sure. Did I solve some of those? Absolutely. But did those solutions cause our company to be massively adopted by every creator? No. We solved a problem that a lot of people have, but it wasn't a problem a lot of people think about every day. How you bring your guests in your shows isn't a thing that you're constantly thinking about and annoyed by. It's a thing that you deal with when it happens. 5 minutes before the show, you have a lackluster solution, and you forget about it till the next show. And because of that, we didn't solve a problem creators are thinking about. It's a lot harder for us to find customers and have the massive exponential growth. We still have people adopting the product almost every day and a very, very low churn rate because of how good the solution is to the problems we've solved. But we need to solve more problems for more users in ways that are more obvious to them because they're solving problems they think about more often. Fuck, do I need to do the like business marketing channel? I like software too much to talk about this business stuff all the time, but I'm realizing I'm okay at it. Ugh. Yeah, I appreciate that you're here taking notes. I genuinely love the people who are understanding like how to get value from what I'm doing. Because obviously, like, you can learn a bit about code from watching my stuff, but the way that I convince people to listen and be involved is very valuable. And I'm really proud of that. I feel like people like Primeagen, people like Bash, people like Trash Dev, people like myself are really changing how developers, especially like that 5% of developers who are willing to try out new shit, those devs are hanging out in places like this, not at tech conferences. And the people who see that and get it are really impressing me. It's actually something I wanted to talk about, and I should probably do this. Clippers, get your clip ready, because I will need to post this on Twitter later. I can do it myself too, but if someone wants to get a clip of this next rant, I will appreciate that a lot. Oh no, did my auth break for my Stream Deck? Let me... I have to relink that for some reason. Cool. And now I can do markers again. Sup, nerds? We're taking sponsors now. Big change for the channel, I know, but I've realized that this audience is too cool to not take a little bit more advantage of. I know there's a lot of people who follow me, a lot of people who know about me, and know about the audience we've created here of super talented, many years experienced developers. let's chat about how to get a hold of them. I am super interested in doing things like collaborative content, having a banner on the bottom of my stream when I'm live, those types of things. I think it's time that we get more money coming into the channel so I can spend that on more things like paying the open source contributors who are making things like Create T3 app happen, paying more editors, maybe getting the podcast finally put on audio platforms. But I want to be able to scale this a little bit further, and I want to reach the audience that we're already reaching in a much stronger way. I think sponsors and collaborative content is going to be a huge part of how we get there. So if you're interested, hit me up. My DMs are open on Twitter. I'll send you the link that tells you all about the different types of sponsor tiers and things that we'll be trying. Let me know if you're interested. Cool. Sorry, I had to do that one quick, but it's about time we make more money than I'm making off this right now. I heard some numbers from people whose viewership is a lot less than ours here that are making an amount of money that is more than I was making at Twitch as a full-time employee. And that was a lot of money. So yeah, it's not even like I know it's going to be like, I'm greedy, and yes, to an extent I am, but like, holy shit. No, I do not invest. I have been talking about an investment or two, but to be frank, I don't have a lot of money in my bank account right now. I spent a lot of my money starting Ping, and I don't pay myself a whole lot of money from Ping. I make way more off of my YouTube and my gift subs and my Patreon than I do off of my job right now. And I want to be able to give more money back. I want to be able to sponsor the Create T3 app devs. I want to be able to hire like an editor to do more pieces of content. Like Primogen and I might be starting a thing together, and I'm going to need a way to manage that, have it all planned. I might need to hire a manager, honestly, at this point. And I can do that out of pocket, but it's way harder for me to justify. But if I'm able to get sponsors to help with that type of money, and I can reinvest that in the channel and reinvest that in the community, I'm really excited about what we can do. And the secret piece I didn't mention in that little spiel, I want to start saving for T3Conf. I want T3Conf to be absolutely fucking insane. And that's not doable if we're not well funded ahead of time. And I don't want to like get sponsors for the conference until I have an idea of like what we can afford and what we can do. But I need to get a little money in our pocket first. The first T3 conference will be remote. It will be fully remote. We will do one in person eventually, but the things I want to do are not possible in person. We have some very fun ideas planned. Right now, I feel like what we're doing with the channel is looking at stuff like what Ludwig does with events, what other like political streamers and game streamers are doing to make their content appealing to a wider audience. Even people like, what's the name? Why do I always forget Asmongold's name? Stuff like what Asmongold does, stuff like what Austin Show does with his game shows. I feel like we've been learning a lot and copying from that in the dev world, and we're slowly catching up where we're like 2 to 3 years behind their meta right now. I really want to leapfrog it. I want to do things they haven't even thought of yet with T3Conf. It's going to be wild. Very excited for that. Also, Joker, thanks for stopping by. I love that you didn't have a sub despite gifting 45, and I love that Howdy just gifted you a sub to make up for that. Very good stuff. Potential collab with Off-Brand. Not unlikely, honestly. I should hit those guys up. I have some plans. Yeah. One more thing that I need to make sure I shout out. Very important. I have a really cool live in-person conversation coming up in San Francisco soon. Linking this in Twitter, or linking the tweet here. I can link the event directly too, I suppose. For those who don't know, Slightly Late is Alex Russell, well known for referring to React as a scourge. He largely thinks single page apps were a mistake. I think single page apps do not solve all problems. They don't even solve most problems, but they solve a lot of the problems I'm trying to work on every day. I'm hyped. This will be on November 21st, I believe, at 5 p.m. Yes, November 21st, San Francisco, 5 p.m. Did we get a venue yet? Where's the venue? That's nice and close. That's super convenient. Good shit. Say, oh, they're still trying to confirm a venue. Well, yes. I will be talking to Alex Russell. It'll be an interesting convo. The hope is that an in-person convo will go well. And with Ben moderating, I'm hopeful. I do genuinely think this convo can go well. I'm really excited for it. I have some points, and I've been doing a lot of research ahead of time on Alex's stances and things that he says that are true, but not necessarily representative of the full picture. It should be a really good convo. I am genuinely excited, and I know he's a smart dude, and I want to, yeah, should be good. Kevin, no, you should just passive aggressively tweet at each other. I almost never tweet at Alex. I've DM'd him a few times. We've chatted a bit about things. I'm sure you guys have noticed I'm trying to be a little bit less toxic on Twitter. I recognize now that people learn from the way I do things and replicate. I got there really fast because when I was a little 1,000 follower shitter, that was like 7 months ago, and none of this mattered. And now it matters a lot. Yeah, if we were to bicker on Twitter strategically, it would actually be a good way to like blow it up. I have been asked to sponsor in-person events so many times, and no, we're not doing it, but we help with some things in them. Primeagen, why are you here? Thanks for stopping by, man. Speaking of Primeagen, there was one other tweet earlier. What do you guys think about this one? Let's do a poll. Should Theo and Prime start a show? Oh, hush, Kisa. Oh, I have to run ads so we don't get pre-rolls. I'll do that in a minute once we finish the poll. Just could even look at it. Also, Prime, what was this? I heard about a poll that had... I heard that there was a poll that was Theo versus Seth or something. I'd love more detail on that. I have FFC installed, but I need to add them. Yeah, I will add that later. Can somebody remind me post-stream? When I say somebody, I mean a moderator in the mod channel. Oh, Sethdrum versus Theo for the raid. Oh, Sethdrum deserves the raid, for sure. I hope that Seth got the raid. Good, Sethdrum deserved it. Everybody's going to come watch me anyways. No, Seth is the right person. You rated the right person. Angular's the best with 5 more gift subs. God damn. Yeah. I like the democracy angle here, but I would have voted for Seth too. Good call. I like that in the dev world, we're able to throw people at the music world. I rated Primeagen, or not Primeagen, I rated John Wayne, Saturn Main on Twitch on Wednesday. Yeah, you're not willing to lose the #1 spot. I love that. Angular wasn't getting enough attention. See why they quickly launched. Yep. Twitch playing 5 ads in a row. I should run my ad break. I apologize in advance. I am running ads so that we don't have as many pre-rolls, because right now the people coming in the stream's a lot less than usual, and this tends to help with that. So sorry about that. Oh no, sorry to hear, Prime. Hope all is well. Best of luck with that. For those that don't know, Prime's like the most fucking good like human and friend. Like, no bullshit. We've hung out enough now that I can say that confidently. He's just a great human being. And this is very, both that a friend would call him with a real bad thing, but also that he would take the time to say, oh, by the way, I have to run because of this. Like, this is a very Primeagen moment, and I appreciate the fuck out of him. Really good dude. I love that almost nobody heard that because I was running an ad during it. Only the subs heard it. They're the important people anyways. Prime moment. Lol. I'll stitch an ad on YouTube too before I forget. Hope People don't get ads. Well, I should consider. Yeah, I'm not sure how I should do monetization for live on YouTube. You have a bunch of options, and it's. I would like to turn off pre-rolls on YouTube, honestly. Depends on the type of sub, Symphonial. Wait, I just realized, Kisaka, aren't you supposed to be like boothing at an event? Why are you here? TC Bird with the 5 gift subs. Thank you, man. Appreciate that a bunch. Fuck yeah. Y'all are the best. It's probably time to pick a rant once these ads are done. And then Major Sabotage with an additional 5 gift stubs. Just making sure people don't get all these ads, huh? Will I respect it? Yes. The end stream button is real. Someone clicks this, the stream is over. That's why that's there. Oh boy. Your CTO found my vid. Oh, fun. Good to see you, Nate. Thanks for the resub. Expo rant. No one wanted that one. Gonna save that one. Yes, that is correct, Smooze. If you run an ad, you get an amount of time that pre-rolls, which are the ad you see at the beginning when you click a stream the first time. To kill those, you need to run ads. Yes. You'll get a free ticket. Don't worry. This is accurate. It's funny because, like, I'm pretty loud, but this is chill. Maple, don't spoil it. Angular, I thought you were leaving. Oh, no, you weren't leaving. It was the other super generous gifter. Yeah, it was Dull. Dull Joker left earlier. You're still gifting everybody. What rant options do we have? Good question. YouTube Premium pays way better per view, but YouTube ads make more money because so few people have Premium. But the few people who do have Premium helping our channel out a ton. Start doing predictions so you can hit the button faster. I need to do more predictions. We need more things to do predictions of. We'll do a bunch on Monday. Should probably announce that too, huh? One more fun announcement. I need to book this on my calendar still. I'm stupid for not doing that yet. Is on Monday. I'll probably start at noon or 1. I want this. So likely starting at 1 p.m. I'm going to be co-streaming Jamstack So I'll be live watching and reacting to everything from 1 p.m. till like, there's a bunch of these I wanted to watch. I really wanted to watch the Future of Databases 1, 2. So the ones I'm hyped on are this, as well as the, obviously the framework one, but all of these look super cool, and I'm genuinely hyped to watch and react to all these live. This is going to be my first live event sponsored stream, which I'm super excited for too. We'll see how it goes. Should be a fun show. So yeah, make sure you're here on Monday. If you're not going to be there in person, my stream will probably be the most fun place to watch it. I'm genuinely hyped on this. It's a great lineup. Like, this set of people is so fucking cool. Like, this is great. The other ones I'm really hyped on, like, most of these. Amy's an incredible designer, and I'm really excited to see, I don't know what compressed FM is. I probably should, but I'm super curious what she has to say about it. I'm expecting some deep, like, design system stuff here. I am not as familiar with Take Shape, but data orchestration for composability is always fun. I know Phil Hawksworth is incredibly smart individual. I'm always excited to hear what he has to say about things. Build a B2B SaaS in 10 minutes. That'll be an interesting chat. This is much more me. Composability, something I'm very fond of. Jamstack performance on the edge, obviously very hyped on that. Sentry plus Netlify, this will be an interesting one. How developer experience holds content teams back. Very, very excited for this one. Edge is cool, but what about data is the thing I think a lot about. Bina's an incredible developer. Very excited for that one. Obviously, panel of databases. This will be dope. And the front end happy hour live. We got a lot of homies on here. It's a great setup. Should be fun. Yeah. That's all the big like events and such that we have coming. Should probably chat about things I can make videos out of now, huh? Next should kill this feature. Our server component's bad. I feel like everybody's doing this one right now. I think I could pull this one off. Could do a short for that. I need to kill a bunch of these though. Edit. Yeah, it's annoying to do that from here. This is dead. This I still want to do, and this I still want to do. This is a weird one right now with the current state of the job market. I could do that. Am I confident enough to do that? Getting a job sucks right now. I like that. Let's make that one of the options. Poll for our next rant. Cool. Need to be at tier 3 sub again so you can end stream mid-interview. That'll be incredibly inconvenient when it happens, but it is bound to happen at some point. See Notorious Sledge with the Prime sub, first time sub. Good to have you here, man. The getting a job sucks right now would be how to get a job for young and new folks in tech. It's going to suck. It's like my advice traditionally and my advice as of the last 2 months are very different. Just saw somebody on YouTube said they would religiously watch me doing like a business and marketing channel. Very interesting. I should consider that more seriously. I think people want the jobs one more. I'm sad nobody cares about this because this is like a really good clickbait thing and I want that one. I might do that after just because I want to. You're starting your polls wrong. Yeah, I absolutely am. Like 100%. I put a rant in here. Yeah. Can we do all three? It's fucking Friday and I have shit to do. You're starting projects wrong, but the jobs one, pretty close. A lot of viewers don't vote because they're watching in the background. It's a good one. People really want the jobs one. I tell you what, if we get 100 subs in the next before 4 p.m. and it's 3:17 p.m. right now. So if before 4 p.m. we can get 100 subs, I'll squeeze this one in today. Otherwise, it's going to have to wait for another stream. And it's going to be a little bit because all my next streams are booked with guests. So if you really want this one, if we get enough gift subs going, I can do it. But this moment with we got 1662, so 1762 subs. Actually, we'll make it 100 sub points. So people tier 3 accounts extra. So if we break 2K sub points, I'll squeeze the jobs one in. I think that's a reasonable bar. Anyways. The seniors will be mentioned as well. Don't worry. That's the whole point of the channel. 50. Oh. Okay. Jesus Christ, Marco. Fuck. That's most of the way there then. That's more than half. Yeah, it's only 20 more now. Fucking Christ. Thank you so much, Marco. Fuck. Yeah. It's like it's going to be a 2 rant stream. Yeah. Make sure it's very clear what you want in the talk so I can make sure I cover whatever the hell you want me to be talking about in that. Jesus Christ. Appreciate you a bunch, man. Seriously. And then the resub after. CEC in Og with the Prime sub. EC with the resub. You've been in for a bit now. Appreciate that. Andre with the community sub. Marco with the resub for himself. And Enoch with the community sub as well. Yeah, we're getting close. This number's, I think, behind now. Yeah, we're like 20 away. Jesus fuck. Anyways. I'm going to ignore subs for a moment because we have to do a different rant. We're going to talk about how the projects you're starting are being started wrong. Another 10 from Carl. Thank you so much. I need to leave this tab or I'm going to keep getting distracted with you guys being way too fucking generous. Appreciate y'all so much. You have no idea. Need stream. Create scene. Oh, y'all are going to be mad at me for light moding. There you go. Dark mode. We should have a poll that sets light mode and dark mode and you guys can change it throughout the stream. Kisa, go run your booth. You're busy. Wait, did I miss another massive gift sub? You guys are going nuts. Another 10 and then another 20 from Snowcoder. Fucking Christ. Yeah, we're over the goal. You guys win. First chat and now gifted 20. Fucking hell. He knows what he wants and I can appreciate that. And Carl with the 10. Yeah, you guys are nuts. I appreciate y'all so much. Yeah, we'll definitely talk the job stuff. I promise. We'll do that next. Channel point reward to swap between light and dark mode. I want it to be a community effort thing. I'm thinking like the democracy in what's it called? Or Twitch plays Pokemon. Give it a name before I forget. Quickly hydrate, then rant time. God. My skin is a mess right now. Fuck. Anyways. How are we looking? Fine. Fine enough. God, I really should have worn makeup today. I did not feel like it. Do you guys like the more unhinged Theo as of late? I've learned that because we edit so heavily, I can be way more unhinged here and just edit the useful video after. You guys really get the behind the scenes now. When he said CEO on YouTube chat, yeah. I am what I am. Unhinged. Good shit. I want a button. Button or no button? 1 for button up, 2 for no. I like it buttoned. No button? 2? Wow. Everyone 2 immediately. Okay. Other option. 3 for entirely unbuttoned. A lot of 3s. Jesus Christ, y'all. Horny bastards. Whatever. You do what the chat asks for. The sleeves rolled up is hot, but... yeah, sleeves rolled up. Do I go all out? Let the chat rule my appearance? I haven't rolled up the sleeves in a shirt like this in a long time. Horny bastards. Anyways. Unhinged and unbuttoned. Now we're talking. Rant time? I think it's rant time. Let's rant about projects. Hit that marker button. The mic well positioned. How are my levels? Everything looks good. If you're anything like me, you love starting new projects. It's just so fun getting started on something new, playing with new technologies, solving a new problem, experimenting with something you haven't used before. But man, I've started so many projects the wrong way. And if I've learned anything, it's that starting simple will make your projects way easier to work with and maintain every step along the way. What do I mean by that, though? Let's talk about it. So, starting simple. There's lots of different types of projects and lots of different ways to build with them. Before we go too deep into that, though, I think it's really important to start with, what are your goals? There's a lot of different goals you can have with a project. Could be learning something new. So you really want to try out Remix or SvelteKit. That's a good reason to start a new project. Let's say your goal is to build a business and you eventually want to be able to hire people and scale it up. Maybe your goal is to demonstrate best practices. Maybe your goal is to prove that product is viable. Maybe your goal is to just stick around and have fun. All of these are entirely different reasons to build. And all of these different goals could lead you to picking very different things. If you want to learn something new, then it's important to pick the thing you want to learn and not add too much on top. A common mistake I see a lot of younger, newer developers making is learning something new and then adding 15 additional things to learn on top. And I know that we're a bit guilty about that here in T3 land because Create T3 app introduces a bunch of different pieces. I like to think we point you at the thing those pieces solve well, but it's definitely not well enough, and it's absolutely confusing people. The more you can pick the individual things you want to learn and not add too much else on top, the more effective those projects will be at teaching you and helping you learn. If your goal is to build a business, your priorities are entirely different. Maybe you have to hire a lot of people soon, and the people who you're hiring are all in an area where there's a lot of Vue usage if you're in the East instead of the West. Then it might make way more sense to go in on Nuxt and Vue technologies than it would to go in Next and React technologies. Or if you want to prove this business is viable as quickly as possible, maybe just making an HTML file is the best solution for you and your business. But depending on where you want to be and what your goal is with the project, the decisions you make are going to be fundamentally different. If we look at this on a spectrum, as we all know I love to, and I'll do one more align tool here. And we think about a project. It's important to think about how important is this project to us over time. So if I am starting a side project, like I was with Ping, its importance was not super high. And people started using it. The importance went up quite a bit. I was there for a while. And I started hiring people. And I was there for a while. They started having bugs. And we started getting investors. And the amount of shit we had to care about just constantly was going up. But what's important here is to notice these lines, the points at which things happened, where like here, this is when people started using the product. Theoretically, if I could move this line further to the left, that might be really worth it. Because another way this line could have went, if I just clone this all quick, is if we had built a product that wasn't as useful And this is more common than you might think. We might have gotten to that point and then realized it doesn't work and just immediately dip down to nothing. Wrong button. That. But you might have started, hit this line, and then immediately bombed, which is very common. Most projects, when they hit the line of are people using it or not, tend to be less important, not more important. Very common. Sad, but very common. So for a lot of these projects, when you're starting something new, your goal shouldn't necessarily be to make, when you hit this line, to make this process as good as possible. Rather, your goal should be hit this line as soon as possible. If you can move this line all the way back here and get users using your thing way earlier, and then realize, oh shit, this isn't going to work all the way at the beginning instead. I need to get better at the line tool. There we are. So you can realize this earlier. Suddenly your iteration flow can move way faster. But this again depends on what your goal is. If your goal is for this code base to eventually get to the point where it's as important as possible, then you're going to behave a little bit differently. But if your goal is to figure out which code base has the potential to solve problems for users that are as successful as possible, then you want to be able to get to this line of users using it as early as you can. But if your goal is to experiment with a new technology, this line doesn't even exist to you. Why can't I select and delete that? What the hell? Okay, so I locked up for a sec there. But if you're just doing a side project, this line will probably be like this for a long time. You just don't care. And that's fine. I have a lot of projects that are like this, or even some, and this is more common than you might think, where my interest fluctuates over time. And the decisions I would make for a thing like this are very different than the decisions I would make for a project that I want to either find market fit for or scale. The y-axis is important. I should have put an axis. So yeah, y is importance and x is time. So how important is this project to me over time? So if your goal isn't to make this project something that's really important to you, then play around and experiment. And if I like bring this curve back, I think it's important. Let's look at the trajectory of ping and how it like fits into this. I yank this vertical line. This is the point. Move this over. So this is the point of first users. Which is where things got more important. Then the point of first employees, first hires. Things continue getting more important. Then fundraising. All of these points suddenly made the value and importance of this code base and the quality of it significantly better over time, or significantly more so over time. If I could run this again, and actually, no, I'm not going to do it that way. How about this one? I'm trying to think of how to explain this. Words are hard. So the way I'm going to put this is, before we had users, I was way more willing to experiment with stupid shit. So for the ping code base, at this point in time, in this region, we were using custom Vite by Theo. I should make this smaller and like this. Custom Theo Vite. Hybrid styled components plus Tailwind. Worker KV plus Vercel / API. Crappy third-party WebRTC. So at this point in time, this was the stack. And when we started getting users, I realized that as fun as the stack was, it wasn't really realistic. Wrong. So I had to start being more realistic when we got into this range. This is where I moved us over to Next.js to AWS EC2 and better WebRTC and WebSocket provider. I should say, is EC2 the database one? What's the one that's just for databases? I think it's EC2. Could be wrong about that. RDS. RDS is the one I'm thinking of. Thank you. That's what we were using at that point. Actually, we used Heroku for a very brief moment here. It's actually more truthful to put Heroku DB here. Heroku Postgres DB is what we used at that point. And then, as I learned, specifically as I learned, Heroku fucking sucks. Like massive chunks. We stayed on Next, but I moved to RDS. I should say Next.js plus API funcs and React query. And here I moved to Next.js plus TRPC, which ended up being a much better experience, as well as using RDS. And I think that I made the Tailwind move around here, or kill SC all Tailwind. And then at this point, I was really fucking tired of swapping our databases all the time. So I said, no more. We're not doing this again. And at this point, we moved over to Planet Scale for our database. We bought Tailwind UI for faster iteration. What else did we do that has helped us move faster? Prisma was adopted at this point. I should actually put that here. I'm going to kill the better WebSocket provider. Things it's not an important detail, and put Prisma there. But important, actually, it's good that you brought up Prisma, because one of the cool things that happened when we adopted Prisma was that it gave us more flexibility on our database provider, because Prisma was a very reliable, like, single point of entry that we could. Oh, actually, somebody else said next auth. That's a good one too. At the beginning, Theo rolled auth, V bad. And I think here I moved to next auth. I was an early next auth user. Did I say on Vercel the whole time? Yes, I was on Vercel this whole time for our deployment system. But the specific thing I'm trying to highlight with this chart is how both my knowledge and the quality of our code base changed over time. The time frame for this was 6 months, funny enough, not even. So what you see here is this project half started as me experimenting with a bunch of tech, even though my goal was to serve users. Half of this was stuff I had already built and done, but half of it was stuff I wanted to play with. I wanted to try Worker KV and using it on Vercel API. I wanted to make my own crazy combination of styled components in Tailwind. I wanted to not worry about WebRTC because that's not the problem I'm solving. And I wanted to have a dumb auth solution I didn't have to learn about. I also didn't want to buy into Next just yet because I hadn't used it yet and didn't care to. And I had this custom Vite template I was using, so I used that initially. And then I realized that, in particular, this was awful. This was problematic. And this was stupid and insecure. So in order for us to have users and not have them be miserable, I had to replace a lot of those things. And Next.js was pretty clearly the right choice with the amount of API functions I was building and how it can compile those all into one Lambda for me. My Heroku Postgres DB was because Worker KV was not a great interface for actually managing data, and my permission systems were getting complex enough I needed relations. Prisma was because I wanted type safety in my relations and to have as little SQL as possible in my SQL database. And NextAuth was a better way to do auth in this stack. So I moved all those parts over, was still using the awful style components plus Tailwind, but had been falling more and more for Tailwind until eventually I went all in on it. Next.js plus TRPC, specifically like TRPC made my iteration speed so much faster. Massive win, which was more so because the chaos that the people who I was hiring had to maintain was really rough. And TRPC made it way easier to onboard people, even people who hadn't done full stack dev before. And then over here, we started. What else have we done here? Axiom would be a fun thing to put here. Yeah. Shout out Axiom. Having really good logs was essential, and we got pretty far without having that. But at this point, like, once we had raised money, what happened here was we're committed to scaling very far. We want this company to grow. We want this code base to become more and more important over time. Fundraising doesn't mean we are immediately more important, but it means we are optimizing as though we're going to be. And we have to be very, very cautious of the decisions we make from that point forward now, which is why switching to something that's a database that scales way better, so we don't have to be worried about our database, we can be worried about our product and our users, was super useful. Mark mentioned Growthbook, which has been great too. They're an open source or feature flagging provider that has been super helpful for us, rolling out features more often and giving our users earlier access to stuff. We've switched website providers a bunch of times. I don't really know how to like fit that in there because most of those decisions ended up being wrong. But the goal of this in particular is to highlight that our solutions changed over time as the needs of our project changed and our own understanding of what we were building changed. That ended up being very helpful for us, both in that we're way more technically inclined. We understand way better all of these pieces and why the ones we picked solve the problems they do for us and why it's important to use them. So we grew as engineers, we found our users and we served them faster, and we built something that's pretty cool, and the tech debt's bad but not impossible. We've actually cleaned up a lot of it recently. But if I was to re-roll, I'd probably move this next section left slightly if we need data. And if we don't, I'd probably use something like Astro or even just a static HTML file for the earliest version if possible. I would make the adoption in this section here, this first chunk before you get to your first users, make this as simple and stupid as possible, because whatever you think you're going to need in this next section here, you're wrong. You just are. If I've learned anything as a CEO and a person who's worked at a handful of startups and consulted for many more, what you think you need in section A and what you actually need in section B are just so fundamentally different that you are going to be wrong. If you commit to a specific way of building B, C, and D while you're in A, you are making A more work and less likely to be successful. The goal of A should be to get to B as fast as possible, not to make the transition to be as smooth as possible. Even if you're working at a big company, if you're starting something new, you still don't know if it's going to work or not. You don't know if the user are going to use it or not. If it's a contract, maybe you're skipping to B already because there's a contract signed, there's a user already there. But generally speaking, if your product doesn't have users yet, your goal should be to get to the users as fast as possible, because this line here is going to be a rewrite. Almost always. Almost always. Why not do the final tech stack in D, but for the beginning? Because you might not know that stack. You might not know if you need that stack. You might not know why those pieces are important. And most importantly, that will probably slow you down. Adding all of those things in is a lot of shit. Your goal should not be to have everything you're going to need at the end of your company's journey. It should be to get to the next step in the company's journey. There's also a point like way out here. If I was to be more honest, like this is only like that. And this chart should go way further where we hit my favorite, the line of prime, where when you get to a certain point in the company's history and the needs have grown to a certain point. Actually, I'll extend this for it. Why not? This is a useful chart. We'll throw this that way. Let me this arrow here. And at some point, you're going to hit product, market, fit. I mean, hopefully you will. Hopefully we will. Hopefully everybody will. That's the goal of being a startup. And you hit product, market, fit. And all of a sudden, things go to the moon. There's a point here where like the code base is importance which I would argue is a function of the code base's number of users. I need to move these out of the way a bit more. This is going to be an absolutely chaotic diagram. I think it's probably going to be better to put this up here. Sorry to Mir for all of the chopping you're going to have to do around this section. My apologies. I want this in the front. That's not the front button. That's the front button. Nice. And I want to label this line of so the line of prime, we've discussed this before. The line of prime is the point where the cost of things in your code, be it the cost of running your code, the cost of it going down, the cost of issues occurring, and the cost of scaling that code base, hits a point where those costs are more expensive than Primeagen's salary. Primeagen and people like him are very smart, very talented, and are very, very useful when you make it to this E section. Companies that have been around for years, that have millions of users, that want to maximize their cost savings. And at this line, once again, pretty much everything beforehand is going to have to be thrown out in order to make this profitable. And I think that one of the biggest mistakes I've seen companies making is a lack of willingness to toss things from the line before, where they invest too heavily in a certain point where they're emotionally invested or financially invested, or their customers are technically invested in something from the previous line. Recognizing you're there and recognizing you need to throw that all away and build the right thing for the place you're in is expensive. And that happens at different points throughout your company's journey, because this isn't like a thing you hit because you got a certain distance. It's a thing you hit because this line went up past it. So once you have product market fit and your average, like you have customers making thousands of API calls every day, and those API, or you have thousands of users every day, and now you're hitting all sorts of like crazy costs with Lambda functions. Maybe having a real server makes sense. Maybe moving off JavaScript makes sense. But you need to be at that point to know that. And people tend to take this line of prime and act like it's here, and then they themselves pretend that they're starting here. I see this all the time with startups. They're like, oh, our code base is already so important. We're here already. Why would we not hire a Primeagen? We had Primeagens on every project. When we were working at Amazon, when we were working at Twitch, when we were working at Netflix, when we were working at Google, why wouldn't we use Kubernetes? We'll have users eventually. We'll be happy we did it if we do it day one. No, you fucking won't. You won't get to day two as a result of that mindset. And the funny thing here is Primeagen largely agrees with this take from the conversations we've had about this. His value comes post product market fit. I think this is a good point to end on, because the next video I'm about to go record is all about the current state of the job market. Because at this point in time, as painful as it is, most people who exist in this section are kind of fucked. The companies that are pre-product market fit are in a rough state. The companies that are post are all downscaling too, and taking less risks, and hiring less juniors, and doing less things that feel like they're on this side. Because this range, especially in this area, it's a great place to take risks and a great place to get started. But this line forward, especially right now, is a bit rough. So keep an eye out for my new video coming soon, all about the current state of the job market for engineers, both seniors and juniors. Hope you appreciated this one. I was hyped to talk about this. I think it's important to think through what tech you're adopting as you build projects and what the goals of those projects are. I know this one was really focused on the business side of things, but I do think you can get a lot out of this in other business or in other code bases as well, or even just knowing that what you're doing isn't building a product that's going to have users, and as such, you can go ahead and play. All that said, be very deliberate with your goals when you start a project, and you'll be way more successful as a result of that. I hope this was helpful. You're probably getting recommended a video in this general range. Click it if you haven't. YouTube thinks you'll like it. They're probably right. I also have in the corner here a like button that you're not hitting anywhere near enough, please click it. And less than half of y'all are subscribed for some reason. So please, if you don't mind, hit that sub button. Thank you as always. Shout out Mir. See you later, nerds. You guys don't see it because that was for the YouTube video, not for the stream. Sorry. I need to set up a thing that says that in that section. I love YouTube comments. Please answer me. That's definitely going to win my attention. 100%. That was a good rant. I liked that one. I hope that one will be useful for people. Yoink. VOD date. Great UI. Pre-rolls. Good call. Let's run an ad. Thank you. Sorry for the ad. Necessary for the channel. Let's see. Canhorn gifted an additional sub. Appreciate that too. That's actually a good question. How does the importance over time look compared to next to like the infra price over time? I chose importance because it was meant to be very arbitrary, because different businesses have different goals, and like what is expensive will change. Your cost might be more users means more infra cost. Your cost might be you need more developers to consult for the 5 customers you have. I've seen businesses with 5 customers that are billion-dollar businesses that hire more people just to make those 5 customers more happy, and their infra doesn't need to scale at all. So it depends a lot, which is why I picked the arbitrary importance metric. I need to think about how I want to talk about Prisma in the future, because it has problems, but I don't consider the problems the ORM nature. I consider the problems the lack of modularity in how it's architected, and specific pieces of that architecture not aging great. Thanks. 7. There. I threw out a random number. There is no answer to this question. It's like how many lines of code before you're a good developer? Somebody like Prime, I could see them, depending again on the company's needs. The reason, if we go back to the chart, the point of the line of Prime is this code base is really important. You're running into problems. You hire Primeagen to come in and say what the next focus should be. One of the things that he's talked about a bit that is frustrating for me is when he finds a way for the business to save a lot of money and the business responds, no, that's not a priority right now. Generally, the reason you hire someone like him is to prioritize what will help the business, and especially their bottom line, the most. It might be a full rewrite. It might be moving off of Lambda and Vercel. It might be taking these 2 endpoints that are really expensive and caching the shit out of them. But you hire a smart person like this, not to do a very specific thing, but to keep you at a reasonable point as the importance of this code base goes exponentially bad. So, yeah. Important to know, literally everything in this is about as arbitrary as possible. This is meant to give you a model for thinking about these problems, not to prescribe you the exact states every company goes through and the exact numerical point at which you do a certain specific thing. This is a much more general how I think in my head about where companies are in their lives and how to pick who makes decisions based on those things. Yes, actually. This is a good question, Snowcoder. It's important as well. And this is why I said, like, be deliberate about your goals. Like, if demonstrating best practices is a specific goal, or here's one I could put in here as well, that's like, make a code base that can be, or make a maintainable code base. If that's a specific goal because you're going to be working on this code base for a long time and you know that like this has to ship to these users, exactly this many users, and you're going to have to add things in the future, Yeah, that's a really good, like, to me, that means you just skipped to product market fit. And as such, you should build accordingly. The thing I would push back on, though, is most engineers are working on something I would consider a startup in this context. Because when you get hired at a company, you're not usually being hired to start something new that is going to immediately be brought in and maintained for 4 years. You're either brought in to help maintain that thing that was already built, or you're brought in to work on a team trying something new. And in both of those cases, you're on one of those extremes that's very different. Like if I get hired, like my fucking all of the teams I worked on at Twitch were mini startups within Twitch. We're taking on this mindset would have helped us a lot. They actually started calling in my final team at Twitch the idea of how do I put this? One of the things you shouldn't do in this section is spend a lot of time on product specs and like end specking. Like technical specs are cool, especially once you're past this line, but wasting all your time on tech specs keeps you in here for a long ass time and things end up just not shipping as a result. I think they call it the Theo method right now. They might have renamed it because there's a lot of spice towards Theo at Twitch nowadays. But for a bit, if you were to want to skip to here as fast as possible so we could start getting feedback on a thing, they would do the Theo method, which is fuck all of the planning, just open up the code base and write the code, put it under a feature flag, give it to 10 people that you trust, and start collecting feedback as soon as you can. Because once you've done that, the process becomes much clearer. And until you've done that, you're guessing. And those guesses aren't good. I am putting another marker and I'm going to add to the notes. Note. I went on a short rant about how Twitch has the Theo method that I'd like to sneak in. Happened around 3:54 p.m. I marked it. Cool. Sorry, Mir. That's going to be a hard one. It's actually a really good chart. Cool. Yeah, fail faster is the right way to build things almost always. Is it time for that job rant y'all paid a lot of money for? I think it's time for that job rant y'all paid a lot of money for. Cool. I wanted to think through my core points on here a little more, but I kind of just want to rant it, see how it goes. Let's wing it. Yeah, I'll poll. I'm actually curious what you guys think. Poll, plan, rant, or wing it. Open up Notion and plan. Just go for it, main. Cool. Let's see what you guys think. Blazing Tech News. Yeah, I kind of want to do a news type thing. We're all in on Axiom for most of our monitoring stuff. We don't have much for an alert system beyond a webhook that pings our Discord and lets us know. It's been enough to catch things pretty consistently. Right? Isn't Kisa very busy? Why is she here? And yeah, metrics, we're all in on segment there. Makes things very easy. God, Locked and Coded said planet. He said planet. His vote counts like 15x, so I try to not think about Sentry and Watchdog too much if I can. Yeah, if this is less than 10% off, then we're going with Open Up Notion. All the gifters want me to plan it. Job market sucks right now. Yeah, to be clear, the title I put here is never the one that I actually go with. It's a more a vibe. I have a good vibe in this direction, but I agree, like the job market sucks. It's a good point. I should plan this one. You don't even have stream audio on? Oh yeah, because you don't wear in-ear headphones. That's hilarious. Everybody, bully Kisa. She can't hear me. This is a very good point, Locked. Let's do some planning. Core points. Career dev op or say recession sucks. Startup bubble bursting a bit. Hiring freezes. Need-based hiring means less risk. He hires. There still aren't enough devs, IMO. Okay, cool. Let's figure out a flow for this. Trying to think how I want to order this one. Honestly, I do much better. I'm actually struggling to think of like how to start this one. Like, what's the strongest core point that hooks in at the beginning of this video? Okay, I'm thinking so. So let's talk about the job market. Kind of want to meme about recession. Like do a joke about how like we're in a recession, but we're not, but we are. It depends on which day of the week it is. Regardless, there are less jobs. We're seeing companies like Amazon and Facebook freeze hiring. We're seeing companies like Twitter and who else did layoffs recently? So me about that. Mention hiring freezes. Amazon, Facebook. Mention layoffs. Twitter. Airbnb. Stripe. There's a lot. Oh, Lyft did them too. As soon as I said who did layoffs, like 15 companies are listed in chat already. Mention hiring freezes and layoffs. This could be a short video, I think. Okay, who's most affected? Who's most affected? So I don't want to go to this just yet. I think I want to touch on risky hiring. Risky hires are no longer happening, which is startups are more strapped than ever. Less experimental roles and teams. Big co's. Early career DevRel marketing. Tech adjacent roles, design, product managers, etc. What to do about it? Become indispensable. Yeah, I think that's most of what I want to cover here. Okay. There's something I kind of wanted to talk about in this rant. I'm not sure if it fits or not. There's an idea I have. It's like the hiring point system, where it's not necessarily something like I employ or that other people do, but it's a thing that I would say exists where, like, when I'm hiring for a role, let's say I'm hiring for a really technical role at Ping. We need somebody who is going to build the Ping native app. And I'm looking at a person, they have a computer science degree. Okay, that's 2 points. They built something using native technologies that are similar to what we're building. Okay, that's 5 points. They've worked with somebody that I worked with before. Oh, that's like 7 points. Let's say, like, in my head, I had a threshold of a certain quality level, and that level's roughly at 10 points. This person's now surpassed that. They're very likely to get the job. The thing that I think has changed is that the number of points people are expecting to make a hire right now is way, way, way higher up. And I'm trying to decide if that fits in here or not. Kind of want to do a poll about how long people have been employed here. I'm actually really curious. How long have you been paid for code? Never. Less than 1.5 years. I'll say less than 1 year. 1 to 4 years. Greater than 4 years. Yeah, it's fine. I'm curious. The 5 days option is less than 1 year. This is not at one company. This is your whole career. It's like, how long have you been paid to code for? I almost put greater than 10 years, but I was curious how much would be greater than 5. I honestly consider like 4+ years. Like that is like senior plus to me. And what I know that's a decent chunk of the audience, and I'd love to like break things down within that more, but y'all come together pretty well. I'm too lazy to do the timeouts. Usually I have a moderator doing it, but I don't have any mods here right now, I don't think. I'm sure I have 1 or 2 actually, but I don't know how much they're staying on top of that. It's annoying to do all the timeouts. I need to automate that. It's actually very helpful to see. Yeah, my YouTube demographics for age are nuts. It's like almost half my audience. So I think it's like 20-ish% of my audience is over 35, which is nuts for YouTube. Like very, very old for YouTube, which is awesome. Like I am hyped on that. The fact that my young hyped up ass is getting people who are significantly older than me to hang out, watch, and learn. Fuck yeah. That means I'm doing something right. Super cool. When I compare to other people in the Spaces channels, it's like they have like 40% plus are 18 or under. I think I have less than 10% of my audience is 18 or under. It's like nobody. So if you are one of those young guys and you're mostly keeping up, know that you're special. You're part of a small percentage here. It makes a lot of sense that my audience is senior with my topics, yes, but it makes a lot less sense that there are that many people who are looking for and watching senior video content. I didn't think that would be a thing because it didn't exist years before and people weren't watching it. But now people are down to watch, like people who have developed for 4 or more years for pay are down to hang out here on a Friday evening and watch me rant about shit. That's really different and that's really cool. I don't want to pull for age because I already know the age. Like I have this in my YouTube studio metrics. I don't want you guys to see all of that actually. Give me a sec to find the numbers I'm looking for. Analytics, audience. Here we are. Look at that. Sorry. Under 18 is 0.4% of my audience. This is hilarious. This is such a funny breakdown. This is not how YouTube channels look. Also, this is disappointing. It's actually gone up. It was below 1% for a while. We're up to 1.6. So I'm actually really proud that this is doing better. But it is a little sad that we have as many people over the age of 55 as we have women. Theoretically, it's possible that every 55-plus-year-old person who watches my content is a woman. It does not show ethnicity. It does show language subtitles, but more importantly, regional breakdowns. Y'all Germans love my shit, huh? Oh yeah, we're at 50-50 subscribed now, which is great, but it also means I have to be careful about when I say sub versus unsub stuff now. Yeah, the majority still aren't subscribed, so I could still say that line, but it's close. Oh yeah, Brazil, obviously. My Brazilian folks. You guys were like 6% at some point. What's going on? Where are my Brazilian viewers? What happened, y'all? What happened is India and Germany blew up, but I'm going to say that Brazil should watch more of my stuff because I love all the Brazilians in the community. Y'all are the best. Actually, what honestly probably happened is all the political chaos and knowing how engaged a lot of my Brazilian community is. Y'all are busy. Sure, Norwegians are somewhere, but it's a small country. They're going to be far down here. Yeah, there's your 0.9% from Norway. Somebody asked how much money do my videos make on average. There's no average. It's absolute chaos. I'd say like $200, maybe, not even. Like if the video does decently, that's $100, $200 for ads. That's part of why we're doing sponsors, because it should be much more considering the value of the audience and how valuable all of you guys are. It should be more money. Anyways, still trying to decide if I want to fit the point thing in here. I'm leaning no. Yeah, I don't even think I'm going to Excalibur this one. Somebody said then YouTube takes 30%. No, they don't, because that's ad revenue. Ad revenue is through CPMs, which is the amount of money that is gotten from clicking ads and watching and impressing on ads. YouTube takes 50%, but that's money they generated. It's not money if you were paid. It's money that YouTube themselves invented by providing and creating a service. Whereas the money I'm receiving here, I could easily receive through PayPal, through Patreon, through any other service. I couldn't serve ads on top of my content with ad targeting without Google's network. So them taking 50% of that makes a hell of a lot more sense than Twitch taking 50% here. And on top of that, YouTube has a subscription program similar to Twitch's where you can join my member club for $5 a month, and YouTube takes 30 when Twitch takes 50. So generally, I'm much happier with the rev splits on YouTube than on Twitch. Generally. Anyways. Okay, me about recession, mentioned hiring freezes. Sirens, one moment. One big swig of water. How are we doing for pre-roll? We got 6 more minutes, so that'll happen mid-rant. That's fine. Locked and Coded with 25 more gift subs. Thank you, man. Hope that you're feeling good about the prep. The sub-only rant, it's hard to justify the sub-only rants. It's not making content. I'm going to just wing it. And if I feel like the point system makes sense as I'm on the rant, I'll do that. But I'm going to pull my notes up and just full cam it because that's easier. And I want this rant done. Hitting that marker button. Rant time. Am I out of focus? I'm totally out of focus. Aha. Better. Enough for now. We'll go with it. Anyways. Let's talk about the job market. I think we're in a recession right now, but we're not, but we are, but we're not. But it depends on the day of the week, what phase the moon's in. I don't know. I don't care. All I know is lots of companies have stopped hiring. Everybody from Amazon to Facebook. We're seeing lots of companies doing layoffs as well. Twitter, obviously, as of recent, Airbnb, Stripe, Lyft, so many more. All great companies that have lots of talented engineers. And it's rare that people being laid off are being laid off because they weren't bringing value. It's because they weren't bringing enough value right now. And calculations and decisions were made that were within the amount of risk the company could take at the time, and they no longer are. It's a sad point that we're at, but we have to be realistic about it and how we as engineers navigating this new changing market behave and make decisions. I have a piece of advice I've given for a long time, which is always be interviewing. Every 6 months, I think there's a lot of value in doing an interview loop, keeping it as quick as you can, ideally, especially if you're happy with your current job and don't plan on moving. But generally speaking, having a good idea of the market, what companies are hiring, what your value is, and where you could possibly work is super valuable. I think it's a great way for you to better understand how you're positioned and also the state of the market, especially right now when things have swung in a not great way. The 2 trends I'm seeing right now are in startups. I see much less hiring going on in general. Obviously, startups shouldn't be hiring more than they need. But with the very, I hate to say easy money, but the state of the startup world for a while was that we could raise money without too much effort. And that allowed for us to do a lot of things we couldn't before and hire a lot of people we didn't necessarily need. We've even been affected by this at Ping, where we've made the team a bit smaller since the recession and since the market has turned. But because of that, a lot of the types of hires that startups would make, a lot of the earlier career people a startup could reasonably bet on if they knew what they were doing and had proven themselves on GitHub, a lot of those risks and a lot of those roles have dried up fast. On top of that, big companies are less likely to take risks as well. I know at Twitch, a lot of the teams I was on were operating like a startup, trying to prove out some new vertical. Like, what if marathon content and TV shows worked on Twitch? What if game shows or music or karaoke? We would build different products to solve for different potential use cases. And I would consider a lot of those things to be a lot like a startup within a company. Most of those opportunities are dead right now. As the hiring freezes have hit and companies are changing the layouts and architectures of their teams and even laying off as much as half of their employees, we're seeing those types of experiments drying up with it. And with that, a lot of opportunity for new hires going with it. I think the most affected people are going to be early career devs because, let's be real, early career devs are a risk. It's usually going to be 6 months to a year before you're getting a lot of value out of those early career developers. And that's fine. Like, fresh out of college, I took way more than 6 months to be useful. But I like to think after those 6 months, I was very useful. And the 4 years Twitch got after that were very useful for them as well. I think early career hires are a great exchange for a company to make if they're aware of the risk and have the opportunity to grow that engineer into one that can be productive for the company. But that's an expensive risk that I'm seeing less and less companies making right now. I'm still seeing a lot of companies hiring for senior engineers, senior technical managers, and anything with senior plus in the title. But all those junior and early career roles, a lot of those internships are vanishing, not because those employees are too expensive, but because the time commitment and the risk associated with those types of hires is just not worth it in a market that's as uncertain as this one. So what do we do about it? It's a tough question. I can only really give advice to individuals. I'm trying to find the right way to put this. The best thing you can do as an engineer is make yourself indispensable. Because when you do get that first job, and you do have any job, you should bring in as much value as possible to the company. And not in the like, adopt technologies nobody else knows how to use sense, but in the, you take ownership of things, you solve problems when they happen, you're on top of shit. And generally speaking, the association people have with you is things getting done and things getting fixed. And if that's how you're known, and that's the vibe you have given off, especially if you have a GitHub full of you solving problems and issues with other repos that you helped close or chat about, if I can look at you and I can look at your contributions and conclude you're a person who solves problems, that makes you much easier to hire, even in a market like this one. The more you can do to be indispensable on the things you work on, be it at your job right now, at an open source project on the side, or even just helping in your program at school. Because connections and value are what are going to get you your next job right now. I cannot imagine being an early career dev right now. Just in general, it's going to suck. But if I was an early career dev without a lot of friends in the space, God, that's terrifying. And as much as I hate to say, go spend a bunch of time on Twitter when you should be learning how to code and building cool shit, the connections you make on platforms like Twitter, like the Discord community, like hanging out in the YouTube comments here, those connections and those relationships you can build will get you to talk to the people who can sneak you into those roles when they randomly pop up. Generally speaking, though, cold applications right now are gonna suck. And we have to be realistic about that as we recommend people who might not have ever even considered code get into it right now. The market's in a weird place. And getting a job in tech has not been this hard in a long time. So be realistic about it. Do your best to know where you are and how you can bring value to companies, either the ones you're at now or the ones you want to be in the future. And do your best to make as many connections as you can to as many people as you can by bringing value and friendship and other whatever else you can to them. It's your goal to be seen as valuable to as many people in the space as possible. And at that point, you won't have to worry as much about jobs anymore. I hope this was helpful. this shit sucks. And to anybody who's in the market for the first time right now, trying to get their first gigs, sincerely, my heart goes out to you. This is a tough grind. I wish you the best of luck. Keep working, keep doing cool shit. This will calm down. This will work out. I firmly believe we still don't have enough engineers in the space for all the things people are trying to do. But you can do this. I promise. Really appreciate the time as always. Thank you guys for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, it's a really good opportunity to do that. There's a little button in the corner there for that. YouTube's probably recommending a video up here as well. Thank you as always. Let's chat more in the future. Peace, nerds. That was a fun one. That marker button. Nice, short, valuable rant. Move this guy over. Hit here. I saw a comment about privilege in chat. Implying the fields of meritocracy. Oh, yeah. More RPI, folks. Good stuff. My co-founder is also RPI, Mark. He's also my roommate. I'm thinking through this one, and I think I made it very clear, especially at the end, that the connections you have are more valuable than anything else. And one of the best ways to make those connections is merit. You don't get a job just through having a cool GitHub, but you absolutely get a job by making friends because of your cool GitHub, the connections you make through all of those things. Okay, this is just wrong. That I don't agree with at all. Some of the most indispensable people I've worked with, actually the majority of the indispensable people I work with now that I think about it, were not white dudes. Yeah, almost all of the like people that can't be fired because of what would happen to the company that I can think of. 3 of them were white dudes, and I can think of at least 7 that weren't from the teams I've worked on, at least. Yeah, I really don't want to I have a lot of videos where I talk about like inclusivity, especially like inclusivity of hiring practice. I think it's super, super important. In my interviews kind of suck rant where I fucked up the audio because it was before I knew how to do anything and I didn't know about the OBS Final Cut bugs. So the video is bombing because the audio is shit. At the end of that video, I go on a rant about how important diversity is in hiring, specifically because marginalized folks, like if I'm interviewing 2 candidates, one's a white dude, one's not, and the resumes are otherwise the same, the person who's not a white dude had to work way harder to get there, just factually. That's on average, I should say. Any individual case, but on average, a non-majority person to get the same qualification has to work harder. And you should absolutely be conscious of that as you make hiring decisions, because a lot of those people are harder workers and will bring more value and often become more indispensable as a result of it. Yeah, you could still make those connections. I literally just said that, so I'm gonna deny your message, Gwell, because you're just trying to wait. I want white trash is fine. People can call me white trash. It's just they can't do it when it makes no sense to. Logged and coded 25 gift subs. Jesus, you're over 400 now. What the fuck, man? That's a lot of noise outside. I'm sorry. They put up a speed trap outside my apartment recently, and all the bikers have taken that as a challenge to see who can get the highest score on the speed trap. Yeah, that's absolute madness. You guys can't hear it. I saw it on the mic lighting up, so you absolutely heard it. You can't hear it. Okay, that's good to know at least. Yeah, I know they were calling themselves white trash, but same principle. Yeah, I was literally talking about the thing they were complaining about, like on their side with it, but they were aggressive about the way they said it. Not super fun. Jesus. What the fuck? What? Okay, Leo. Fucking Christ. Thank you, man. Fuck. Jesus. Thank you, man. This has been quite a day for the gift subs. What the fuck? Can I see the chart? How do I even get to that right now? Can I? I can't. That's annoying. A boost train is... How the fuck is a train not going after 100 gift subs? That's insulting. Jeez, how many are you at for the channel history? You've been 247 for the history. Not quite locked in coded level, but still fucking absurd. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, y'all. We're about to break 2K subs again. I didn't think we'd ever see 2K subs again. I didn't think I streamed enough. Fucking Christ. Yeah. Funny enough, Alejo actually hit me up for possibly taking some of the Twitter employees that are laid off for back-end positions. And I do need to hit you up. Your CEO actually bugged me about it too. So I will do my best to throw some people your guys' way. It's the least I can do. Y'all have been early and eager Theo supporters, so it means a ton. Yeah, that's a fair point. I'll take the L. If white trash is something I can get moderated and banned for, then fine. I honestly use it to describe myself. Part of why I dress so fast or so fancy is to leave behind that part of my past. Grew up in a farm town as a redneck. Sure, a lot of us did. I'm sure a lot of us still even identify that way, but I've tried my best to not let my redneck past keep me from doing the things I want to do or keep me from being the person I want to be. It's just a different background, and I'm much happier as a city kid. So same as everything else I said, Ice. Make connections. Make connections with lots of people in the space. The more people you know, the more value you bring, the more likely those things are to happen. There are dozens of people in my community who just were apparently, like obviously, doing really cool shit, be it the stuff that I saw them posting in the showcase channel or contributions they were making on GitHub issues that I was reading. Like, you notice the people who are involved and know what they're doing. It doesn't matter who the fuck they are or what their background is. Are people who are white dudes more likely to be in those positions? Sure. But people who know what they're doing stick out very often. And the more you can be in those places so you can stick out, the better. Okay, and the boost train just skipped straight to level 12. What the fuck? I don't get how any of these things work. Well, thank you, Gablino, for the tier 1 sub. I think you're the one who triggered this. Really appreciate it. Also, viewership is going up right now. That's interesting. I thought it'd been going down for a while. Do we have a raid or something that I missed? I haven't missed any raids, right? I haven't turned off the filters for that. Where the hell are these viewers coming from? Well, I appreciate it regardless. Another 5 gifts from Kevin. God damn. Y'all are nuts. That puts us... Is that 100% on the hype train? 100% for this level, or is it over? 1,000 bits. Damn. I've never gotten that many bits before. Normally bits are just used to troll. I appreciate that a ton, man. 2K recommendations so far. I thought it was 2K total if you hit the top level. What? I don't get this UI at all. Okay, there we go. That's weird. They changed this a bunch. I picked half the team for the original Hype Train Hack Week project that didn't ship until 3 years later. Good times. Points of making connections to young dev. Hang out here. Be involved in conversations. Ask good questions. Be in the Discord. Just be involved. Don't be scared to ask questions, and don't be scared to reply to things that are exciting to you. Even just a dumb reply like, if somebody who you, let's say there's a project you really like. Let's say you're really into Svelte. So you look at the people contributing. You find their GitHubs. You find their Twitters. You follow them on Twitter. One of them tweets something that they're changing in Svelte that you're really excited about. Replying, "Oh my God, that's so exciting. I'm genuinely really hyped for this." Great reply. Or, "Hey, this is really exciting. I'm curious if it will work for X use case." Still pretty solid reply. Don't necessarily think golden handcuffs are a thing you should avoid. It's a thing you should be cognizant of as you make decisions. It's a good idea to make a Twitter just for dev stuff. I would say yes, especially right now in a market where making connections is more important than ever. Having accounts on the places where people make those connections is very valuable. I shit on LinkedIn more than anybody, but I even have made valuable connections on it. And I try my hardest to avoid LinkedIn. I've still met people who brought value to my life and my company through LinkedIn, and I hate that about it, but it is like that, sadly. I like Twitter way more, though. I've gotten way more value out of Twitter than almost any platform. Highly recommend it. Cool place. And rip to all of the super hardworking employees that were laid off, because they made a great platform, and not having them around is going to suck. I'm scared of what's going to happen to Twitter, but it's still super important. Thanks for all the input. Very close. Oh, shit. Congratulations, man. First front-end gig. That's huge. Especially right now. Landing a gig, your first gig right now, is tough, and it means a ton that you're getting there. You're hanging out at a place like this. Yeah, more people who hate LinkedIn but get it. Twitter Space are super fun. I've had a lot of fun from those. Never seen a Twitch chat with that many long messages. Ooh, Eric. We don't need to spend in a situation where being the best version of yourself won't help or minimize your harm when denying it. Good take as always, Eric. For those who don't know Eric, I need to shout him out way more. Like, we have a lot of really cool people in the community. I need to get way better about opening this up and not accidentally leaking people's circles. Early apologies for anybody who has me in their circles. I should make an alt account for that. Eric's the shit. And y'all should follow him. Super cool designer. I'm obsessed with Gas Zone. I think this is one of like the coolest websites I've seen anybody post in our community. It's fucking beautiful. Like, genuinely a stunning website. Yeah. The fucking cigarette that burns as you scroll. I'm covering it a bit, but it's so good. Ah. Yeah. Shout out Eric. Great dude. Definitely check out the stuff he's building. One of the people I look to whenever I'm trying to get inspired for chaotic new design stuff. And he's also a very talented engineer, which is a fun thing as well. Fantastic to have you here as always, man. It's always cool, specifically having people who like come from the design world that get into code. Because if anything, I was the opposite. I came from the code world and forced my way into design and still don't know what I'm doing. So it means a ton to see someone who does. Alejo, what the fuck? Haven't even had a chance to thank all the other subs. Just trying to beat the previous record. Oh, fuck. I appreciate it a ton, man. We have Kev Pro with the resub. Always good to see you here, Kevin. Haslad with the tier 1. Keon with the tier 1. Both of you doing your first subs. Appreciate that a ton. Jajio with the prime sub first time too. Means a bunch. Look at that. Alejo with 20 gifts. Jesus. 267 gift subs in the channel. Oh no, are we going to lose out here? 10 seconds left. Fuck. Is that really where it dies? Yeah, died at level 13. Damn. It's nuts that a 20 subs doesn't even clear a level anymore. That's nuts. That's absolutely hilarious. And you like just barely missed the saving of the hype train. God, these animations are a little much. Boosting with 2,000 recommendations, which is clearly happening as my viewership's gone down. I appreciate it regardless, man. So close. I love that it was literally seconds later, but that's how it goes. Oh, pre-rolls are on. I'm probably going to wrap up kind of soon, so I don't want to... I can squeeze one more short rant in. I'm going to run a 60-second ad so that we're back in just a second. I'm going to go smoke. Then we're going to find some short rant to go on. I want to find something good. Should pick it first. Considering getting verified in Brave rewards, it's so little money, but I should consider it. Yeah, level 13 is 30 subs. Damn it. It's so close. weed. Don't worry. I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. I've been tobacco free for a long time. Oh, dev Twitter is absolutely toxic, but everything that is that big is going to have toxic parts. You can find parts that aren't toxic. There's some really cool communities on dev Twitter, and there's annoying people there too. But if you stay in your circle, stay in your corner, and just see cool things and talk to people doing them. The main thing that's cool about Twitter is, and this is, oh, I have my rant for when I'm back. How I keep up with everything. AKA follow people, not projects. There's our last rant for the day. I'm going to give this one when I'm back because I think it's super, super important. And I'm pretty sure I can wing this one because it's something I think way too much about. So I'm hyped for this rant. We'll be back in like 2 minutes max. I'll probably bring a beer because I want a beer. See you in a moment. What's my favorite beer? Corona Modelo, depending on how I'm feeling on the day. I rotate between the two. I'm out of Corona, so I'm going to go grab a Modelo. No, Kent Dodds is the shit. We don't, no Kent Dodds slander here. He means well. He does well. He's a very good person doing really important things. We like Kent here. Good dude. No worries. To be clear, it's like there's been a lot of drama, especially like with the remix world. But I just wanted to say I have a lot of respect for Kent. Great dude. We're actually probably gonna have him on the show soon, and he's genuinely trying to make the web dev world better. And I do my best to have nothing but respect for the people doing that. He's not like he's played with a lot of influencer ideas and things, but I have done way more clickbait and questionable marketing strategies than Kent has. I can't imagine any reason for hating Kent that wouldn't apply tenfold to me. Yeah. Kent's a good dude. He means well. I like him a lot. Oh, I always need to update Chrome. Chrome's always needing an update. I probably shouldn't say that because my IP address is leaked enough times. Someone's going to hack me at this point, but yeah. And be right back. We are back. Importantly, we're back with the beer. That focus going right. Good enough. I lost focus like immediately after. Also, I feel like I can't tell how focused things are at 30 FPS. It's like harder to know. Haha, that's a good lock. Yo, Milky, what's good? Good to see you here, man. Good shit. Looks like I missed even more subs. Alejo gifted 54 more subs. What the fuck? What? When? I was gone. What? That puts you at 321 total? Fucking Christ. Or is that just to get me over 2K? Jesus Christ, man. I appreciate y'all a bunch. What do I think about the Mona Lisa font? Mona Lisa's fine. I don't care that much about fonts for coding. I like Menlo a lot. What ARM? I'm using the Elgato ARM. It's actually really nice. It took me a while to figure out where to put it on my desk, but like I'm gonna mute so it doesn't make much sound. And kind of just put it wherever and it does the right thing, which is really valuable for me. Like I move my mic around all over the place. And being able to just like be here or here. It's useful for me. I didn't think I would like it this much, and it's annoying and it like wobbles. You can even see it bouncing right now, but fuck, it's so useful. It also has a little extender, so it's like a foot up, so all of the area underneath it, I can like put things under, not worry about hitting them. Really good mic arm. Yeah, the Ping Chan love emoji is totally underrated, Kisa. You are right. Most of our emojis are underrated. Yep. This is kind of why I did the rant I did, TM. Cold applications aren't going to work right now, period. It's going to be very hard to send an application to a company and get a job. That's just huge risk. The more, if you can get referrals to companies and talk to people who are working there and get them to build trust with you before the interview starts, is way more likely to go well for you. So building those connections is super valuable. Also, first-time chatter who's already subbed, hopefully it's not a gift sub, otherwise giving you free advice for no reason. RTK Query is very good if you're already using Redux. The Redux toolkit is fantastic if you're on Redux and you want to keep being on Redux. But if you're starting a new project from scratch, I do highly recommend checking out React Query as an alternative to it and seeing how long you can go without adopting like a deeper state machine. Yeah, cold apps are always going to look like this, especially right now where so few companies are hiring and taking those risks. I've helped a few juniors in the community get jobs, but it wasn't because like they hit me up asking me for a job. It's because they stood out. I asked them what they were doing for a living. They're like, oh, I still work at a restaurant, or oh, I'm in school. I don't know how I'm going to get my first job. I'm like, oh, shit. You've contributed so much to Create T3 app. You're like the person in the like questions board answering shit. And don't think I don't notice. I keep a close eye on questions. And I've seen Barry learning a bunch every day as he answers questions and people help correct things. I've seen lots of people that are consistent names popping up in these things. I know y'all are there. I keep an eye on who has been helping where and what types of advice they've been giving. Seen you, Cleason. I know you were hopping in a bunch. John Back, you've been all over the stuff. And when I see people who are being helpful, Roy is the fucking legend. Roy is unreal. One of the like most helpful people I've ever seen. It is like the easiest recommendation to make to other companies. And when I learned Roy was struggling to find a job, I made it a personal goal to fix that because holy fucking shit, he's one of the most talented devs I know, and it just happens that he had never had a job before. Team. And you love your current work and team. Depends on if the offer is giving you things where the risk is worth it. I would say ask if you can meet the team. Ask if you can have like a lunch chat with some of the people who you'd be working with every day. Try to get a gut feel on that because it sounds like that's your biggest concern is that you know nothing about them. Ask to see if you can learn more ahead of time. Like say that. And honestly, you'll get such a good response from that because the response will either be, oh yeah, having good fit with the team is really important to us. We can absolutely schedule that. Or, that's not really our thing. We need you to accept the offer ASAP. Because if it's the prior, even if you don't do it, just knowing they care enough to is a really good signal. And if it's the latter, if they say, we're not into that, you know they don't care about the work culture much and the team fit culture much. Tell them to fuck off. I less agree with this, Melky. I think right now that the effect of the market has largely set in. There's a lot of how do I put this? Wording for this is hard. If you were going to let the market affect your hiring strategies, you probably already have. I can't imagine there is a lot of companies that are hiring right now that will be laying off the people they hired right now in the next 6 months. That feels very unlikely to me. And if that did happen, it would be a big enough news story that you'd be able to get a lot out of that. That said, a lot of this depends on how long you've been working at your current role and how well connected you are in the space. You have to be calculated whenever you take a risk like that. If you're switching roles and you don't know what the next job could look like if things go wrong, that's a really big risk to take. But if you do know what that risk looks like and you have a bunch of friends who are at other companies that will always need stuff, like I have a friend that was let go from Twitter who is really deep on safety, security, and authentication technology for Twitter, helped save them a ton of money and secure a bunch of shit. And he knows people like me who worked on safety at Twitch. And as such, if things go poorly, he can get a referral there. Even though Twitch isn't hiring very aggressively, they will always be hiring for people who can make Twitch a safer platform, especially if they can lower the costs for the safety tools that are very expensive. And because he knows these types of people, it's not as big of a risk for him to do a lot of job swaps. I'll say that for seniors, it's not better than ever right now. I've noticed like I used to get all sorts of like people trying to get me in their interview pipe like 4 a day. It's down to like 3 a week now. Some amount of that is I'm now branded CEO and people know better than to hit me up for their senior job role on some weird front end project. But there's way less of that overall. I found that roles are less traditional. Like the roles being filled right now are not the ones that they're spending a lot of money recruiting for. It's the ones where people have a connection and a friend and are able to be introed and able to get those roles as a result. I wanted to do this rant quick. This should be a short if I pull it off right. Let's do it. Last rant. I think this will be a useful one. How I keep up with everything. Rant time. Hit that marker button. Switch over. Am I out of focus again? Jesus Christ, camera. Weird. Looks very in focus, but it didn't autofocus on me to do that. There we go. We'll go with it. Anyways. Oh, God, that was a loud pop. Ugh. God, the human body is flawed. Anyways. Should keep my notes up. Hey, Theo, use all these crazy new technologies. How the hell do you keep up? That's so much different shit. Well, to be frank, I don't follow projects. I follow people. You'll quickly learn as you keep an eye on how things change over time that the same people tend to be really involved in a lot of the different things that happen that are cool. One great example of this is Ryan Carniato, the creator of Solid.js. I've been keeping an eye on him since I first saw Solid pop up on Hacker News. And man, he has consistently been a source of really cool new things way before anyone else had heard about them. And by following people like him, by spending time on platforms like Twitter, as questionable as it might be and trolly as it often is, keeping track of what the people who build these cool things are up to is the best possible way to know what's going on in the tech world. It has been the best thing that I've learned. I learned this from the music space where you follow the musicians, the mixers, the engineers who make the music you like sound good. And if you do the same thing in software dev, you will find really cool things way before anyone else. For me as a YouTuber, that's useful, but for me as a passionate engineer, it's way cooler to get to watch the way these things are built. So if you're wanting to keep more words, if you want to be more on top of all the cool things happening in the JavaScript world, the trick isn't to watch those projects obsessively or to subscribe to every newsletter or to watch all of my videos. It's to find the people who are building and doing the things that are the most exciting to you and watch what they do. When a project does excite you, find the people who are involved, find why they're involved, find what they care about, follow them if they like things that you like. You'll be amazed at what you find. And I guess to that extent, this is a cool place to be. Follow if you haven't already. We talk about a lot of cool stuff. Check out my Twitter, t3.gg, and join our Discord, t3.gg/discord. Thank you all. That was a nice, short and sweet one. That should be shortable. It'll be fun to edit later. Oh, Mel wants to edit for me for this. That's cool. Fuck yeah. That reminds me, one other really cool thing happened. I want to shout this out. Notifications. Don't know why the one that I saw earlier isn't here. Here it is. Ryan really liked the question I asked about application life cycles and how Remix thinks about them and what they consider their role in an application's life cycle, the center stack stuff. And I really liked the reply here. It goes as far as CRUD over HTTP and the front end concerns, drops you off. And then his HMR comments, which also, I love this. He uses Vite in parallel to Remix for the HMR for things that aren't server side, which is hilarious. And I replied, I wanted to chat about this with him because this sounds very up my alley. I love these types of hacks. They're so cool. So yeah, it's been fun engaging with the Remix guys recently. I've definitely felt a change in tone, and I don't think this is just their engagement with me in general. They have been much friendlier to interact with overall lately. I really appreciate this. I think having Remix as part of the like greater web dev community pushing things forward is obviously beneficial for everybody. And yeah, I'd love to have you on, Ryan. I'm hoping to have Kent on soon as well. Really cool stuff. And Maple, you are the sole person who deserves the credit for making me not ban Remix from this chat. So yeah, shout out to Maple for very slowly convincing me. What are my claims for my Advent of Code abilities? My claims are that I work really hard and I can break top 1,000 pretty often, especially for my part twos, because I'm good about thinking through problems and where they could go. I should find my average rank, because I am curious like what the average is of all of these. That'd be a fun Advent of Code problem, funny enough. But yeah, I'm proud of my numbers here. I'm in the top 1,000, and I'm not a competitive programmer. So for me to be in the top 1,000 of a thing I'm not really competitive in, yeah, I'll take it. If I could be top 1,000 CEOs, yeah, I'll take it. Okay, for those who don't know, Advent of Code, it is a set of programming challenges where one comes out every day from December 1st to December 25th at 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. They actually, it looks like they might have changed it. Advent of Code. No, but still midnight EST, which is 9 p.m. Pacific Time. And each of these problems is really interesting. Twitch does Advent of Code. Twitch staff did it, and I would win every year, and I was very proud of that. I worked very hard to maintain my first place position on that leaderboard. It's probably within the hardest I worked at Twitch, was going all in on Advent of Code. Yeah. So yeah. The way the problems work is you get a first problem, which is usually something pretty simple. I should say pretty simple. They get hard. But the first problem, it's less about like knowing every word and catching the parts that matter. So usually what I do is I scroll and I look for the white text because you have to solve these as fast as possible. I don't remember the wording for any of the problems because I'm just looking for what it's asking for. So the number of times a depth measurement increases. Okay. So I have these numbers, a bunch of numbers here. I want to know how many times it increases. Okay, keep scrolling. Oh, here. What it increased here, it increased here, it increased here, it decreased there, so we don't care. It's like, okay, I know how to do this. So then you get an input. It's a unique pile of numbers. It's a giant text file. They have a link for it at the bottom. So you open that, you write some code, you pass this as an input to that code, an answer comes out, and then you submit your answer. And if it's correct, you unlock part 2. Part 2 takes some aspect of the first problem and pushes it really far. So depending on how you wrote your solution, this will either be really easy or really hard. So here's part 2. Considering every single measurement isn't as useful as you expected, there's too much noise in the data. Instead, we're going to consider 3 measurement sliding window. Okay, there's the keyword. I look here. Okay, these three, that's what these letters are representing. Okay, so I need to compare these 3 to the difference of these 3. And if you've done a lot of Advent of Code, you notice very quickly, oh, this and this are the same. So I can remove those and just do B minus A. And that's my answer. I can skip, well, I guess, or I index 210 minus index 199. Or I guess that's those are index 3 minus index 0. Better. And with that, you can have a very simple solution. If I go to my AOC 2022 repo. Nope. Because I spelled my name wrong. Still no. I'm going to look through my GitHub quick. And I don't want to scroll myself going through my repos. So, too much shit in there. Oh, 2021. Fucking Christ. Thank you, guys. And that was still not it. God, I have so many GitHub repos that I'm just now. Oh, it's AOC-2021. Of course it is. There we go. Found it. So I do these using Deno because it lets me write a TypeScript file and run it really quickly. I don't even have like a README on how to run them. So we look at my solution for day 1, part 1. I read a text file. I split and parse. I have increases, which is 0. Last depth, which is number undefined. Then depths for each. If last depth is whatever, increase, yada. Nice, simple, not the best, but it works. Then part 2, I realized I want to keep track of the number 3 away. So I did a for loop where I is 0, I is less than depths.length minus 3, so that we don't go over I++. And I compare I to I plus 3, so 3 indexes later, so I can skip the 2 in between because they're shared. And this is a super short solution. It's actually shorter than the solution for the first problem, but works for this. Yeah. And this is Advent of Code. Super fun. You write a quick solution. You don't have to submit your code or anything. I open source it because it's fun. But the goal here isn't to write the best possible code. It's to have an answer to the problem, which is like a number you submit as fast as possible. Also, hi, Kisa. I'm happy you can listen now. Shame that I'm probably going to be ending the stream soon. Thanks for stopping by, Anne. Appreciate you a bunch. Did I used to do LeetCode before? Funny enough, I didn't get good at LeetCode until very late in my career because I hated doing it. I hated LeetCode so much. Advent of Code is something I got into like a year after getting my job at Twitch, and it helped get me really into LeetCode. I enjoyed it so much that I just kind of went all in on it. And now I'm really good at LeetCode. I don't know the names of the algorithms or anything, but I can solve the problems really quick because of Advent of Code. Does as fast as possible include automatically downloading input and automatically submitting? I copy paste for my submissions because I don't know if the submission's good or not until I'm like thinking about it a bit. So I semi-automate the download for the text input, but I do not automate the submission. I have not studied linked lists or queues in a very long time, and I did not know them particularly well when I got my first job, even though I was a backend engineer. Rad. I think I have had my fun. This was a 4-hour stream on a day I don't normally stream. Let's figure out who we are rating. No homies that I like immediately feel obligated or owe a raid to. Somebody asked if the Twitch app uses React Native. God, I wish it did. I fought really hard for it too. I built a whole app from scratch that it was supposed to, but that did not end up happening. Hey, I work with Melody. Important. From Project Melody mid. Melody bullies me on my Ben Awad thumbnails. I will not be sending you guys to Melody, as funny as that would be. This, oh, she speaks Spanish. Fuck, I'm so hyped that there is an engineer VTuber. I'm going to follow her and figure out if she speaks English in the future. I don't want to send a bunch of people to a Spanish stream from an English stream, though. I've had that problem before. Got to be careful with that. Is anybody who I know that hasn't been raided in a while I owe the raid to? I think I raided Team Vash before. I think they were fun. The VTuber takeover. Yeah. Could also be funny to raid Bob Ross. I was considering that, honestly. Maybe just raid Griff. Let's give Griff a raid. The Spanish community loves me. Spanish takeover. Do we raid the Spanish streamer? Fuck it. Let's do it. Let's take the risk. YOLO. We haven't taken a fun risk in a while. We're doing it. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. This is going to be fun. Thank you all, as always, for a great stream. Make sure you tune in Monday. We're going to have a very fun show with the Jamstack conference stuff. Be there for that. Not sure. I think Wednesday we have a stream coming too. Lots of fun content coming. Be on Twitter Space in an hour as well. Good seeing you guys as always. See you on Monday. Peace, nerds.